Welcome back to Harry's Verse. Today's story is one I've been turning over in my head for a while. What if Harry Potter was Captain America's reincarnation? If you enjoy where this one goes, do me a favor and hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so you don't miss the next one. And now, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Soldier in the Cupboard. The first thing he remembered was the cold. Not the cold of a cupboard in a small suburban house. The older cold. The one with weight to it. Steel ribs groaning. Freezing water spilling over an instrument panel and a woman's voice in his ear saying, "Steve, we can work this out," and him saying, calm because he had to be, "This is my choice, Peggy." The Valkyrie shuddered under his hands. Outside the forward glass the Arctic had stopped being ocean and started being architecture, a white cathedral with no ceiling. He watched the needle on the altimeter go and did the math one more time just to be sure. Somewhere in Brooklyn it was evening. Somewhere a dance was being saved for him. He thought of Bucky, not the clean Bucky in a parade uniform, but the Bucky he had caught for half a second in a gloved hand before the fall, and then he thought of nothing at all, because there were no words left that were worth the breath. Pressure. A long, cold, rushing sound. A soul letting go of a body like a soldier letting go of a rifle he would not be needing anymore. Then a mother's voice he had never heard in his first life, saying his name in a language that had no phonemes in common with English, and a door of green light opening in the dark, and he was on the other side of it before he understood he had chosen to go. Harry Potter opened his eyes in the dark of the cupboard under the stairs and for a moment did not remember which war he was in. The ceiling, 3 inches above his face, was made of old pine and the underside of a staircase. He could count the treads by their thumping in the morning when Dudley came down. The spiders had built a curtain across the corner of the cupboard again. He had stopped brushing them away when he was 9. They ate the moths ate his clothes. It was a small and honest economy and he approved of it. His body was 11 years old today and it felt, as usual, like a second-hand coat 2 sizes too big for him. He could recite the measurements without looking, 4 feet 9, 61 pounds, and if he closed his eyes he could feel where each muscle sat beneath the skin like a soldier listing the men in his company. Undernourished. Underweight. The serum of another life could not be transmitted through a second birth. He had woken in this body knowing exactly what it lacked and how long it would take to fix. 7 years, he had decided at 6. He was 4 years in. He did not sit up because the ceiling did not permit it. He rolled, quiet as a man clearing a room, set his feet on the dusty boards, and began with what he could do without standing. 20 press-ups on his knuckles. The floor was cold, the knuckles were calloused, the body did not protest. 20 more with one hand, right first because the right was weaker and that was where you put the weight. Crunches. Leg raises. A neck bridge that would have frightened a larger man, held for 30 seconds. He breathed through the nose and counted the sets in his head in German, because memorizing the numerals in 6 languages had been part of a very old training and he did not propose to lose any of it to the neglect of a Surrey cupboard. When he had done what the cupboard would allow, he dressed. The shirt had been Dudley's. He had taken it in at the shoulders with a needle he had stolen from Petunia's sewing kit and a thread he had salvaged from the lining of a coat. The trousers he had shortened himself, the hem turned with a cross-stitch Peggy had taught him in a window seat at Stork Club. Peggy had taught. Not Petunia. He was not even sure Petunia owned a needle. He closed his eyes for a second and let the 2 names sit side by side in his head, as he did every morning, and then he went on. The first of the day's rules was that he did not hate the Desleys. Hate made a soldier sloppy. He disliked them, which was different, and he pitied Dudley, which was different again, and he was in their house because his mother had died to put him there and if he ever forgot that he would not be worth the cold he had once walked into. He spoke each rule to himself silently as he laced his shoes. Second rule, do not reveal himself. Not to his aunt, not to his uncle, not to his cousin, not to the teachers, not to the postman. The boy who had watched a hydra grow 2 heads for every one he cut off had learned that secrecy was not cowardice, it was tactics. Third rule, take care of Dudley. This was the hardest of them, and the one the old Steve had insisted on in the first year he could remember arguing with himself in the dark. Dudley was a product. The product was bad. You did not hate the product. You reshaped, where you could, and absented yourself, where you could not, and you never gave the producer more reason to build another. He went out of the cupboard and started breakfast before Petunia was up, because it was his birthday and on birthdays she enjoyed the peace of not being asked. Bacon. Eggs. Coffee, 2 sugars for Vernon, black for Petunia. Toast 4 slices thick for Dudley, who was going to have a heart attack before he was 50 if somebody did not intervene. Harry buttered the toast with the grain of the bread and set the table with a quick, unobtrusive precision that Petunia had long stopped noticing. He fetched Uncle Vernon's tie from the banister so Vernon would not have to look for it. He laid a napkin at Dudley's place because otherwise Dudley would use his sleeve. "Up," said Petunia, from the doorway, patting her thin hair and looking surprised, as always, to find the kitchen already running. "Good, you're up." "Morning, Aunt Petunia." "Don't burn anything." "No, ma'am." She squinted at him. Sometimes she looked at him like this and he wondered, with the very small part of him that was still entirely Harry, whether she would recognize him if he told her who else he had been. He did not pursue the thought. He did not think of it as his birthday, either. The Harry part of him had no memory of having one. The Steve part of him had had 48, counting the ones he had slept through. Vernon came down, grunted at the eggs, read the paper through a pair of tortoise-shell glasses whose purchase Harry himself had made, and did not notice that his nephew had stood over a stove at dawn to make his breakfast. That was all right. Harry was not cooking for recognition. He was cooking for the same reason he did his press-ups, because the day had to be built on a spine or it collapsed. "Dudders," said Petunia, beaming, as her son thundered down the stairs in a tracksuit that needed ironing. "Breakfast." Dudley's eyes went straight past the plate to the envelope stack beside it. Vernon pushed 2 of the envelopes toward him without looking. Dudley counted. The 36th and last one was a 10-pound note tucked inside a card from Aunt Marge. Dudley's face did something. "I got 36 last year," he said. Vernon paused mid-chew. "Now Dudley, sweetheart, 36. That's what I got last year." "Mum." Harry slid the plate of toast in front of his cousin and watched, in his very quiet way, a family maneuver through an entirely avoidable crisis. Within 3 minutes Petunia had promised a trip to the zoo. Within 4 she had promised Dudley could bring Piers Polkiss. Within 5 Dudley had stopped crying because he had remembered he preferred the zoo when he had an audience. Harry did not ask to come along. He never did. If he had ever asked they would have found a reason not to allow it, and he preferred to keep his small asks for places where they mattered. Petunia said, "Figs," because Mrs. Fig watched him on birthdays. Vernon said, "Fine, fine," and reached for his coffee. "She's broken her leg," said Harry, and Vernon looked up for the first time that morning. "What? Mrs. Fig? Broken her leg? She rang yesterday while you were at work. She can't take me." This was true. Mrs. Fig had rung. Harry had answered the phone because he answered the phone. He had not volunteered the information last night because he had wanted to offer it this morning with the maximum efficiency. Vernon now had 2 bad choices: leave him in the house unsupervised, which he did not trust him to do, or take him, which he did not want to do, and if Vernon had been a man with a third option he would have used it, but he was not. "Fine," said Vernon, with the air of a man conceding a beach. "Fine. But you'll keep out of our way. Understood?" "Yes, Uncle Vernon." In the car, Dudley pinched him on the arm because his seat belt was sitting crooked. Harry did not pinch back. He watched the road. The zoo, as it turned out, was a tactical misstep on Dudley's part. Harry had liked animals in both lives. In his first life he had read everything Peggy sent him in the 40s about jungle mammals, because he had been deployed in Italy and thinking about tigers kept him from thinking about frostbite. In his second life he had read every book at the little whinging public library on vertebrates under the age of 9, and he had been able to name every reptile in the glass along the east wall of the reptile house before Dudley had decided he was bored of snakes. They were standing in front of the boa constrictor when the boa constrictor opened one eye and looked at him. Harry, out of old habit, held its look. He did not speak, not aloud, but somewhere under the Harry Potter the body belonged to, the Steve who had spent a winter in a forward observation post learning, in fragments, to read his enemy's temperament as fluently as weather, said, "You are not angry. You are only tired." The snake, very distinctly, said, "I know." And the wall of glass between them went very thin, in a way Harry felt rather than saw, and then the glass was not there at all. Dudley, in the act of bellying up to the pane, pitched forward with a high, startled cry. Harry caught him by the back of the belt without thinking, steadied him, set him down. "SSSS," said Piers Polkiss, pointing, delighted. The snake poured itself out over the tiles, long and patient, like a soldier leaving a trench, and Piers went on pointing, and Dudley made a noise that was the beginning of a tantrum, and somewhere a zookeeper began to run, and Harry stood between his cousin and the exit with the still, attentive quality of a man on guard at a door. The snake lifted its head, looked at him, which a boa does not do, and hissed, a long thoughtful sound like a sigh. Then it was gone into the crowd, and the glass, when Harry turned to look at it, was whole again. Vernon drove them home in silence. In the silence, Dudley worked himself up into the story of what had almost happened to him, and by the time the car turned into Privet Drive, Dudley had nearly been eaten. Vernon's knuckles on the steering wheel went from pink to white to pink again. "You," said Vernon to Harry, at the door of the cupboard. "In. Now." Harry went in. "Snakes," said Vernon through the door. "Sir. Talking to snakes. What is that?" Harry kept his voice steady. "I was watching it, Uncle Vernon." "Not talking." "Talking. Piers heard you." "Piers says a lot of things." There was a pause on the other side of the door, because Vernon could not argue with that, and then Vernon kicked the door once, because he had wanted to hit something and the door was nearer than his nephew. "No food till tomorrow," he said, and thudded away up the hall. Harry, in the dark, was not hungry. He sat on the edge of the cot with his hands loose on his knees, the way he sat when he was listening to somebody he did not entirely trust, and he thought about the glass. It had not been an accident. That he had known before the snake said "I know." He had felt it, the same way he had, at 5, moved the kitchen knife out of Dudley's reach without touching it, the way at 7 he had dried himself off after Petunia had poured a bucket of cold water over him without ever leaving the yard. There was a thing in him that the Harry Potter body had and the Steve Rogers body had not, and that thing was old and patient and waited, and occasionally did small things for him, like a dog he had forgotten he owned. He was not worried about it. A soldier did not fear his own weapons, he made sure he knew them. He closed his eyes and did the pattern of sit-ups from his back that the cupboard could still accommodate, and then he did the long, slow breathing Peggy had taught him the night after Schmidt, when he had not been able to sleep for a week. He counted in Russian. He counted in Italian. He counted in English. He was 28 sit-ups in when the first letter came. He heard it scrape the mat. Not the clack of the door knocker, because it was too early for post. Not the rustle of a bill, because it was thicker than a bill. He heard the specific hiss of a heavy envelope settling on the doormat and he was on his feet with the quiet alertness of a man who had woken in barracks to the wrong footstep more than once. The front hall was dim. One envelope, yellow, thick. Cream, actually, old paper, pressed cotton fiber, the sort of paper that had gone out of fashion in the 40s. He picked it up. Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Someone knew where he slept. Someone was telling him, in green ink on yellow parchment, that they knew. Harry stood very still for 3 seconds, feeling the edges of his situation the way one feels the edges of a room in the dark, and then he did 3 things in rapid sequence. First, he slid the letter into the waistband of his shorts, under his shirt, where Vernon would not find it if Vernon searched his hands. Second, he memorized the handwriting. Italic, left slanted, slightly feminine, confident. Not a young person's. Not a machine's. Third, he made a cup of tea and took it up to his uncle, who was reading the paper at the kitchen table, because he needed the next 2 minutes to himself, and an uncle with a cup of tea in his hand asked fewer questions. In the cupboard, in the sliver of light the door let through, Harry opened the envelope. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source. He read the whole letter. Twice. He read the list of books on the second page. He read the list of equipment on the third page. He set it down on his knees and sat in the half-dark for a long time. Magic, then. That was the word. A school. A name for the thing in him that moved without being touched. A world he did not know and had, evidently, been born into and misplaced. For about 10 seconds the hairy part of him wanted, very badly, to cry. For about 10 seconds the Steve part of him felt nothing but a quiet, professional relief. Because this was information, and information was a weapon, and every weapon the enemy gave him was one he had not had to pay for himself. Then Vernon's footsteps. Harry had the letter back under his mattress before the door opened. Vernon was in his dressing gown and his face was the color of a poorly matched brick. "Letter," said Vernon. "For you. On the mat. I want to see it." "I haven't seen a letter, Uncle Vernon." "Don't lie to me, boy." "No, sir." Vernon stared at him for a long moment. Harry stared back, blank, respectful, not defiant. That was a face he had taught himself years ago. Men believed a face they could not read because they read themselves into it. "Out," said Vernon, and Harry went out, and Vernon went in, and Harry stood by the sink in the kitchen listening to his uncle rummage in the cupboard and finding nothing, because Harry had used the 30 seconds he had been given to tuck the letter into the inside binding of Petunia's most hated cookbook, a volume of English countryside meat dishes she had not opened since 1984. Vernon came out empty-handed and furious and by lunchtime had ordered the post to stop. By the next morning there were a dozen letters pushed through the letterbox. By the second morning they were coming through the kitchen window. By the third they were falling, singly and inexplicably, out of the eggs. By the fourth Vernon was driving them down a country road in Cornwall at 40 miles an hour with his knuckles white on the wheel, and Harry, wedged into the back of the car beside Dudley, counted in German and Italian and English and did not say anything at all. The hut on the rock was an insult to shelter. Harry appraised it at a glance: no door that sealed, a leaking roof, a chimney drawing badly, and felt a weather front move in from his old life. Steve had slept in worse. Steve had slept in a shell crater in the Ardennes in January with Dum Dum's rifle across his knees. Steve had slept on a ledge above a minefield for 41 hours. A fisherman's hut in Cornwall was a country club. He lay on the floor in a thin blanket Dudley had thrown at him, partly out of pity and partly to rid himself of the smell of wet wool, and he counted the seconds. He knew something was coming. He did not know what. He did not, quite, know how he knew. Perhaps the Steve part of him had been reading weather for so long that a large event gathered itself the way a storm did. Perhaps the Harry part of him had an old genetic reflex for it. Perhaps it was simply that people who write you a letter every day for a week are eventually going to walk up to your door. He was counting the seconds when the door came off its hinges. It was not so much that Hagrid came through the door as that the door gave way under Hagrid. The wood cracked at the hinge first, then at the latch, and then a considerable portion of a man stepped through with the boom of a boot that had walked a very long way on a very bad road. Vernon made a noise like a small animal being sat on. Petunia made no noise at all. Dudley whimpered. Harry, from the floor, rolled up to a crouch with his weight on the balls of his feet and his shoulder between the door and his cousin. Hagrid looked at him with an expression that started out as grief and ended up as delight. "Well," said the giant, in a voice that seemed to come up out of the ground. "Ye've got your mother's eyes, haven't ye?" Harry did not move. "Who are you?" he asked, in the clearest voice he owned. Hagrid blinked. Hagrid had evidently been expecting a different opening line. "Hagrid," said Hagrid. "Rubeus Hagrid. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Ye'll know all about Hogwarts, oh, course." "I know Hogwarts is a school," said Harry, "and that someone who signs their letters A.M. McGonagall wrote me one on yellow paper." "I do not know you. I do not know your employer. And the man you have just frightened is my uncle, and you are bleeding on our floor." Hagrid looked down. His boot had scraped the edge of the splintered door and he was leaving a broad, bright smear across the pine. "Oh," said Hagrid. "So I am. Wipe it, please." Hagrid, who had not been asked to do many things politely since the day his mother had left, stared at the boy for a second and then, to his own evident surprise, wiped his boot on the rug. "Good," said Harry, and turned to Vernon. "Uncle Vernon. Please sit down. You look unwell." "He's a madman," hissed Vernon. "A madman. You won't have to," said Harry, quietly. "Go. Take Dudley and Aunt Petunia to the car. Please." Vernon stared at him. Something in his nephew's voice had the steady command pressure of a policeman's. Vernon was the kind of man who obeyed voices like that even when he hated the speaker. He got up. He took Dudley by the elbow. Petunia, shaking, followed. The door behind them, the front door, the one still attached to its hinges, closed. Harry turned back to Hagrid. "All right," he said. "You have my attention. You have about 20 minutes of it. Tell me who is paying you to find me." Hagrid opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. "Nobdywise paying me," he said. "I work fair Albus Dumbledore. Hogwarts. Look, Harry, you're a wizard. So one of your letters told me. I haven't decided whether to believe it." "Watch this, then," said Hagrid, and he took out a pink umbrella, pointed it at the fireplace, and the damp logs inside the grate leapt into flame. Harry watched. He did not flinch. He had seen a man dissolve into his component colors under the hands of a red skull at close range. He had seen a giant green ray come out of the sky in California. A fire in a fireplace did not impress him in the way, he suspected, Hagrid had hoped. What impressed him was the sequence. "You pointed," he said. "You did not speak. That was the trigger." Hagrid blinked. Most'd use a word. I'm not supposed to, as it happens." "Why not?" Hagrid looked momentarily shifty. "Long story. Make it short." "Expelled," said Hagrid, hugely embarrassed. "Got expelled in me third year. Wand was broken. That's why I carry the umbrella." Harry studied him. "Expelled. Wand broken. Loyal to a headmaster who had evidently not fought to keep him. A man with a giant's strength and a child's trust. He had known men like this. Dum-Dum Dugan had been one of them. Gabe Jones had been another. They were the most loyal and the most useful men in any unit, if you kept faith with them and did not spend them stupidly. He softened his voice. "Thank you for telling me that. I'm sorry you were expelled." Hagrid's face went red, then warm, then very warm. He had not expected to be thanked. It's all right, Harry, thank ya. I'd like to hear about my parents. I'd like to hear what a school is doing sending a letter to a boy who has been in a cupboard for 11 years. And I'd like to hear what you will be doing in the morning to take me where I need to go." "Diagon Alley," said Hagrid, finding his footing. "We go ter Diagon Alley. I've got a list. Got a key ter your vault." "My vault? At Gringotts. Your father, your family, left ya a vault." Harry absorbed this. A vault. He had not been told about a vault. The boy upstairs in a cupboard had been given hand-me-downs and cold porridge for 11 years while a vault sat somewhere waiting for him. The Steve part of him did not like that. The Steve part of him kept the face of the Harry part of him completely blank. "All right," he said. "Tell me about my parents." And Hagrid told him, in the half-grammar of a man who had loved both of them and never entirely understood his own grief. James Potter. Lily Evans. Godric's Hollow. A man who had stopped being a man. Hagrid would not, at first, say the name, and a wand and a green flash and a baby who had been found in the ruins with a lightning bolt cut across his forehead and not a scratch more. Harry listened all the way through without interrupting. When Hagrid had finished he sat for a moment with his hand pressed over the scar, and then he said, very quietly, "Voldemort." Hagrid looked up sharply. "Who told you that name?" "You almost did. 3 times. You kept stopping." "Don't say it." "Why not?" It's bad luck. Nobdy says his name." "Nobody I've met," said Harry, "has won a war by being afraid of the word for the enemy." "Voldemort. I will say it when it is useful. I will not say it when it is not. Thank you for the information." Hagrid stared at him as if at something he had not seen before. The look Harry recognized. It was the look Dum-Dum had given him the first time Steve had dropped a shield from a rooftop and not missed. "You're an odd one," said Hagrid, slowly. "Yeah, look just like your dad and yeah, you got your mother's eyes and yeah, speak like a man I used to know. Alastair Moody. Before he got cursed. I will take that as a compliment. It was meant as one." Harry nodded. "Tomorrow, then. Diagon Alley. In the morning. And Mr. Hagrid, just Hagrid." "Hagrid. My uncle will try to stop us leaving." "He can't." "I know he can't. I'm asking you not to hurt him." Hagrid's eyes went round. "I wouldn't, I know you wouldn't. I'm asking you not to frighten his son more than he has already been frightened today either. Is that all right?" Hagrid swallowed. "All right, Harry." "Good." He lay down on the rug. He pulled the blanket up to his chin. He closed his eyes and was asleep inside 90 seconds, because a soldier slept when the work was done and the perimeter was held, and tomorrow would want him rested. Hagrid, watching him, did not sleep for a long time. They left at dawn on a boat Hagrid had borrowed. London at mid-morning was all sunlight and petrol fumes, and Harry, who had never been further than Little Whinging in this body, noted the architecture of Charing Cross Road with the careful eye of a man memorizing a city he was going to have to move through in the dark. The leaky cauldron announced itself to Hagrid and not to Harry. That was the first oddity. Passers-by walked past the door as if it were painted on the wall. Harry, looking at it, saw a scuffed pub sign over a black door between a bookshop and a record shop. He made a note. Inside, the barman went white when Hagrid said the name, and the common room fell silent, and a wizard in a purple cloak came out from behind a table to shake Harry's hand. Harry took the hand, cold, clammy, a tremor in the thumb, and looked at the wizard's face. "Quirinus Quirrell," the wizard said, twice. "Taught defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Very pleased. Vivi very pleased." The pleasure did not reach the man's eyes. Something, on the back of the man's head, under the turban, was looking at him. Harry did not know how he knew it. He knew it the way he had known, in Italy, that the sniper in the third window was the one to worry about. He filed it, Quirrell, turban, watch, and released the hand with a courteous nod and allowed himself to be swept on by Hagrid into the courtyard behind the pub. Hagrid tapped bricks. The wall opened. Diagon Alley sprawled out in front of him like a market town that had been picked up by the collar of its coat and dropped down inside a single street. Cauldrons. Owls. Brooms. A sign that said Wizhard Books. A sign that said Potage's Cauldron Shop. Children with familiars on their shoulders. Women in pointed hats. A wizard arguing with a newt in a jar. Harry did not gape. He took the street at a steady walk and counted exits. Gringotts first, said Hagrid. The goblins at the doors of Gringotts were armed. Harry approved. He bowed, very slightly, at the goblin whose eyes followed him on the way in, and after a long second the goblin returned the nod with a narrowing of the eyes that might have been respect or might have been calculation. It was impossible to tell with goblins, he was going to learn. For now, the narrowing was enough. Hagrid, fumbling, produced a small key. Harry's key. The key to the vault he had not known he owned. The goblin at the counter, Griphook, the nameplate said, took the key and another, smaller parcel that Hagrid produced from inside his coat with the air of a man handling a hand grenade. Vault 687, said Griphook. And Vault 713. Very well. Vault 713, Harry thought. Noted. The cart ride was, to a man who had ridden a commando raid on a moving train, not particularly frightening. Harry watched the turns. He counted intersections. He memorized, as the cart swung and dived, the rough geometry of the place. When the cart stopped at Vault 687 and Griphook unlocked the door, Harry stepped inside and looked at the piles of gold and silver and bronze without any particular change of expression. Galleons, sickles, and nuts, said Hagrid. 17 sickles to a galleon, 29 nuts to a sickle. Easy enough. Harry picked up a galleon and weighed it in his hand. Heavier than it looked. Good copper content in the ridge. He scooped a modest amount into the bag Hagrid gave him, enough for what he intended to buy, not enough to be conspicuous, and paused. How much is in here? He asked. Griphook, who had been hovering with the patient disdain of a professional, inclined his head. That is a question Gringotts is not required to answer without authentic identification. I have the key. Keys, said Griphook, with the first hint of amusement Harry had heard in a goblin's voice, are frequently stolen. Harry slid the key out of Hagrid's giant hand, held it up, and let the goblin inspect it. I would like to know, he said, what my parents left me. Please. Griphook considered him for a long second. Something changed, a degree, in the goblin's face. You will receive an audit, Griphook said. At the end of your first year, young wizard. On your 12th birthday. If you are still alive. That is the Potter arrangement. The Potter arrangement? With Gringotts. Yes. Who set it up? Your father. Mr. James Potter. It has not been altered. Has anyone attempted to alter it? Griphook smiled for the first time. It was not a friendly smile but it was a respectful one. Yes, he said. Who? Gringotts is not required to say. Harry held the goblin's eye. Noted, he said. Thank you, Griphook. The cart rattled on to Vault 713. Hagrid would not let him near it. A small dirty parcel, the size of a fist, wrapped in brown paper, was all that was inside, and Hagrid pocketed it with the distinct air of a man who had been made a courier and did not like it. Harry, in the cart coming back up, wrote the number 713 on the inside of his own forearm with his thumbnail, so he would not forget, and watched Hagrid. Hagrid was nervous. Hagrid, he thought, was carrying something above his pay grade. Diagon Alley was a list of errands that he ran with the speed of a man who did not waste motion. Madame Malkin's for robes. Flourish and Blots for books, and for 4 more, bought with his own money, that were not on the list, A History of Magic in Britain, Wartime Edition, The Dark Arts and Their Defense, Subtle Poisons, Their Antidotes, and Their Makers, Magical Law, a primer. He watched the face of the clerk who rang them up. She did not blink. Good. Apothecary. Cauldron. Scales. Telescope. He let Hagrid buy him an owl, a snowy female with an expression of serious calm, and named her Hedwig on the spot, because he had read the name in the history of magic on the way over and liked the ring of it. "That's your lot for today," said Hagrid, cheerfully, "except the wand. And the wand's the important one. Lead on." They went up the alley. The crowd thinned. They came to a narrow shop with a dim window in which a single wand lay on a faded purple cushion, and above the door in peeling gold, Ollivanders. Makers of fine wands since 382 BC. A bell tinkled as they opened the door. A man very quietly not there before was there, old, silver-eyed, straight-backed. "Mr. Potter," said Ollivander. "I had wondered when I would see you." "Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander." Ollivander studied him. There was something in the old man's eyes that was not ordinary looking. He looked at Harry the way one might look at a wand one had not made. "Your mother," said Ollivander, softly. 10¼ inches. Swishy. Willow. A nice wand for charm work. Your father preferred a wand of mahogany. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power in it. You remember them both. I remember every wand I have sold, Mr. Potter. Yes. And the wand, his eye flicked to the scar, for the shortest of moments, and flicked away, that did that. I am afraid I remember that one too. Harry nodded once, not trusting his voice. Wand arm. Right. The old man measured him. Not with a tape measure, although a tape measure was involved, with something behind his eyes that noted things the tape measure did not. Ollivander went to his shelves. He brought back a box. Try this. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Just take it and give it a wave. Harry took the wand. He did not wave it. He held it in his palm and closed his fingers around it and felt, very briefly, nothing at all. Said Ollivander, and took it back. Try maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. This one hummed faintly in his hand, and then stopped. Not that either. They went on. Rowan and unicorn tail hair. Yew and dragon heartstring, which made Ollivander frown when he took it back. Ebony and phoenix feather. An unpleasant hawthorn he could not bring himself to hold for long. Ollivander was beginning to enjoy himself. Tricky customer, he muttered, and disappeared into the back. He came back with a box older than the others. Dustier. The ink on the label had faded. He lifted the lid with a sort of formal care. Holly and phoenix feather, he said. 11 inches. Nice and supple. An unusual combination. Harry took the wand. Warmth. It was not the sort of warmth that came from outside. It was the sort that started somewhere in the center of his breastbone and moved out along his arm and settled in his palm like a hand he had been missing since 1945. A cold place in him, in some deep and unnoticed place, simply was not cold any longer. He had not known how much he had missed being warm there until he was. Ollivander sighed, something between relief and regret. Curious, he said, very quietly. Curious. Curious. What is curious? The phoenix who gave the feather in that wand, said Ollivander, gave one other feather. Just one. The wand that feather is in is the one that gave you that scar, Mr. Potter. Harry looked at him for a long moment. Does that mean something? It means the wand chooses the wizard, said Ollivander, and it rarely chooses twice for the same purpose. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible. But great. Harry laid 7 galleons on the counter. Great is a word that people use, he said, to excuse what they have done. I would settle for right. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. The old man looked at him. Looked at him as if Harry were himself a wand he had sold to the wrong shelf. looked at him as if a very long expectation had just, quietly, resolved itself into a different shape. "Yes, Mr. Potter," he said. "I see." On the way out of Diagon Alley, Hagrid stopped at Florian Fortescue's and bought Harry a large strawberry and peanut butter ice cream, which Harry ate to be polite and then gave to a small girl on the next bench who looked as if she had not eaten anything at all that day. He stood, for a moment, at the edge of the street, and looked back. Across the way, in the shadow of the awning outside Flourish and Blots, a tall, thin old man in half-moon spectacles was watching him. The old man was dressed in plum-colored robes and had a beard long enough to tuck into his belt. He did not move when Harry's eyes found him. He smiled. Harry, without breaking the look, inclined his head very slightly. A soldier's acknowledgement. The old man, after a beat, inclined his own. Then the old man was not there. Harry turned to Hagrid. Who was the man by the bookshop? What man? Tall. Thin. Spectacles. Beard. Hagrid looked where Harry was pointing. There was no one there. Hagrid shrugged, with a cheerful puzzlement that was not quite cheerful enough. Didn't see anyone, Harry. Ah, said Harry. My mistake. It had not been his mistake. Hagrid, he thought, knew who it had been and had been told not to say so. That was useful. He catalogued it beside Quirrell and Vault 713 and the Potter arrangement, and he did not speak of it again. On the train back to King's Cross, Hedwig dozing in her cage beside him, Harry opened the History of Magic on his knees and went through it cover to cover without moving his lips. Hagrid dozed opposite him with his enormous coat buttoned up to his chin. Outside, England slipped by in greens and browns and the grey arteries of motorways. Harry paused on the chapter about the last war. He read the names. He read the battles. He read, twice, the paragraph about the Longbottoms. He read the paragraph about the Potters. He read the paragraph that admitted, in a footnote, that no one really knew why a 1-year-old child had survived a killing curse, and that some historians, the footnote was delicate about this, suspected that the Dark Lord was not, in the most literal sense, dead. Harry closed the book. He looked out the window at a field of rape in flower and he breathed, slowly, once. He had come back, he had always assumed, for a reason. The serum had not been given to him twice by accident. The soul had not been given a second body without a purpose. He had woken in a cupboard knowing that somewhere a war he had been recruited for was going to find him, and for 11 years he had been fitting the body to the man who would need it. Now the war had a name. It had, also, a man to stand against. He thought of the tall old man outside Flourish and Blots, the small bow, the inclined head. Not an enemy. Not yet. He had not decided about him. He thought of the turbaned professor at the leaky cauldron and the thing that had been looking at him from under the cloth. Closer, he thought. Not yet. But closer. He thought of the boy in the mirror at Madame Malkin's, holding his shoulders square and his chin level the way Peggy had taught him, with a lightning bolt scar he would, in time, make peace with. He thought of his mother. Then he thought of nothing at all for a long time, and Hagrid slept across from him, and England went by, and Harry Potter, who had once been Captain Stephen Grant Rogers, went back to Privet Drive, and did not sleep. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Measure of a Man. The month was not wasted. On the morning after Diagon Alley, Harry walked the perimeter of No. 4 Privet Drive before Petunia had the kettle on. He counted 31 paces along the back wall, 12 along the east hedge, measured the span of the side gate at 4 feet 2. He found where the gravel along the path was loose, the place he had already chosen, at 8, as the best spot to stand if he had to break a grip from behind and reverse a smaller body over his hip. He noted, as he had every summer since 9, which of the upstairs windows had the most direct view of the patio, which had the worst. He stood, for a full silent minute, in the shadow between the bin and the shed, and he checked the sight lines to every point of ingress. Then he did his training. He did it in the garden, between 5 and 6, when no one in Privet Drive was awake enough to care. Not the training Steve Rogers would have done. Steve Rogers had been a 6-foot, 240-pound weapon with pulmonary capacity to spare. This was different training. It was, in fact, the training the other Steve, the one who had been 5'4" and asthmatic and on his own in the back alleys of Brooklyn, had developed. Harry had remembered it in pieces for years, the way one remembers a sequence of small wounds and the bandages that had gone on them. Now, with a holly wand in the inside pocket of his jacket where his uncle would not find it, he practiced them with deliberate patience. Lunge. Pivot. Duck. Weight transfer off the back foot. A smaller body fought differently from a larger one, a smaller body won by refusing the other man's reach and taking his balance. Dudley had learned this, painfully, on the day in April when he had tried, for the fourth and final time, to lift Harry by his collar, and had discovered himself on the lawn 6 inches from where he had intended to go. Dudley had not tried to lift Harry since. Harry added a new discipline to his mornings that August. He sat, cross-legged, against the shed wall for 20 minutes, with the wand balanced across his knees, and he did nothing. He felt for the thing in him. The thing that had moved the kitchen knife at 5, that had dried him off without a towel at 7, that had opened the snake's glass at 11. He did not try to call it. He watched it, the way one watches a tide, to learn when it came in. By the middle of August he could light the tip of the wand without speaking. By the end of August he could do it with the wand in his pocket and his hand on his knee. He did not tell Hagrid. He did not tell anyone. The Harry part of him had read the letter and found the line note, "Underage wizards are forbidden to use magic outside school," and the Steve part of him had read the same line and thought, "A rule I am supposed to be afraid of." Rules like that, in his experience, were made by people who preferred to know where their weapons were. He made a mental note to find out who enforced this one, and how closely. The Dursleys, for their part, had stopped speaking to him entirely. Vernon drove him to King's Cross on September the 1st with the look of a man delivering a parcel, dropped his trunk at the curb, said "Don't ever come back," and left. Harry watched the car pull away without resentment. A man who said "Don't ever come back" had never really had you in the first place. He took the trolley. He walked into the station. He stopped in the middle of the concourse with his hand on the rim of the cart and watched the commuters move around him in long diagonal lines, angle, speed, purpose, and waited to see if anyone had followed them from Surrey. No one had. Good. He went to find platform 9 3/4. "Packed with Muggles," said a voice, somewhere ahead of him, in a tone of cheerful bewilderment. "Packed with Muggles every year. Come on." Harry turned his head. A cluster of redheads, a thin mother, a tall father with a receding hairline, 4 sons in various stages of adolescence, a small girl clutching a cage, were moving in formation toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. He stepped into their wake with the unobtrusive ease of a man slotting into a column. The mother noticed him first. That was interesting. He had expected the twins to notice him first. "Hello, dear," she said, her eyes going, briefly, to his scar and then, with a decided effort, not back to it. "Your first year?" "Yes, ma'am." "Your parents about?" "No, ma'am." She did not ask anything else. That was decent of her. She pointed at the barrier between the platforms. "Straight at it, dear. Don't stop. Don't be scared." Harry nodded. He walked straight at it. He did not stop. The bricks did not resist. On the other side he blinked once at the gleaming red engine and the wreath of steam and the long, handsome curve of carriages, and then the Harry part of him produced a small involuntary sound and the Steve part of him caught it before the rest of him heard. "Show nothing." He drew in a breath. He touched his trolley. He went down the platform toward an empty compartment. "Help ya, mate?" He turned. One of the twins. Ginger. Lanky. Grinning. "Please." "The trunk." "Oi, Fred." Come give us a hand. Blimey, George, is that, it is. Yeah. Harry said, very pleasantly, Harry Potter, before they could. It took the wind out of the sentence. Thought you'd have horns, said Fred, almost apologetic. Or maybe a tail, said George. Neither, said Harry, I'm afraid. They hoisted the trunk together into the compartment. The twins, Harry noted, moved with the easy economy of boys who had thrown hay bales and degnomed the garden and, he suspected, picked more than one lock. He liked them at once, and he was careful not to show it. Twins recruited you by noticing you did not need recruiting. He would wait for them to want him. The compartment was empty until Ron Weasley, who, it turned out, was the last of the brothers, put his head round the door with the air of a boy who had walked into 4 full compartments and run out of courage. Anyone sitting? No, said Harry. Come in. Ron came in. He sat opposite. He looked, with the particular directness of a child who has been told at length not to be rude and has decided he must be rude because he will otherwise burst, at Harry's forehead. Is it true? Ron said. Is what true? You know what? The scar. Harry pushed his fringe aside without any ceremony. It is. Yes. Ron exhaled. Blimey. Does it help? What? Looking at it. Ron thought about that. No, he said, slowly. It doesn't, actually. Sorry. No apology necessary. I'd have asked too. That seemed to settle Ron. Ron relaxed. Ron, in the next hour, told him about the twins and Percy and Bill and Charlie and Ginny, about the family owl Errol, who was losing his feathers in embarrassing places, about Scabbers, the rat asleep in his lap, whom Percy had given him because Percy had just been made a prefect and had got a handsome new owl from their father. The rat was old. The rat, said Ron, was probably not long for the world. The rat, Harry noticed, was missing a toe on its right forepaw. He filed missing toe under things I may have a reason to notice later and smiled at Ron and said, Tell me about Quidditch. Ron, given the invitation, told him about Quidditch for 40 minutes without pausing for breath. Harry was a quick study. By Stafford he had memorized the rules of the game, the positions, the names of the current Chudley Cannon squad, and the last 5 World Cup results. By Crewe he had learned the hand signal for a Wronski feint. By Warrington he had found out that Chudley had not won a major title since 1892 and that Ron had, nevertheless, a cap that said Chudley Cannons because loyalty, in Ron's family, was not something you gave to winners. The compartment door slid open. A girl stood in it with bushy brown hair, already in her Hogwarts robes, with an expression of managerial impatience a middle-aged teacher would have recognized. Has anyone seen a toad? She said. A boy named Neville's lost one. No, said Ron. We haven't, said Harry, standing up politely. But if you like I'll check the corridor for you. The girl blinked. Oh, she said. Are you doing magic? Let's see it, then. It was said with the challenge of someone who had been mocked for knowing too much in too many rooms. Harry recognized the posture. A child who had been the smartest person in every room she had been in, and who had not yet learned how small a comfort that is. I'm not doing magic on the train, he said, gently. I'd rather save it until I've been taught. Will you sit with us a moment? My name's Harry. This is Ron. Hermione Granger. She shook their hands as if she were in a boardroom. Have you memorized your books? I've memorized mine. I've read them, said Harry. I wouldn't say memorized. I've read Hogwarts, a history 3 times. Then, said Harry, with a small, careful smile, I would very much like your help when I stop understanding something, because I expect I will. Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, and looked, for a moment, as if no one had ever asked for her help before. Oh, she said. Well. Yes. Of course. She went off to find Neville's toad. She returned 20 minutes later with a round-faced, miserable boy in tow and no toad, and Harry looked up from the sandwich he was eating. The twins had left them a parcel of Mrs. Weasley's roast beef sandwiches, wordlessly, when Ron's back was turned, and said, "Sit down, please, Neville. Do you have a picture of the toad?" A picture," said Neville. "A description, then. Size. Color. Markings." Neville described his toad with the wavering conviction of a boy who had been told, often, that he was too stupid to describe anything. Harry listened closely. Then he got up, walked out into the corridor, spoke to a passing prefect about a boy's lost familiar, cut through 2 carriages to the luggage van, checked a small stack of cages for something of the right color, found Trevor asleep in a nest of somebody's abandoned jumper, and brought him back. "How did you?" Hermione began. "Found him," said Harry, handing Trevor to Neville. "Looked for the warmest jumper." "How did you know the warmest jumper?" "A toad wants warmth." "I'd checked a few." Hermione looked at him. Ron looked at him. Neville, crying a little with relief, did not look at anyone. Harry sat back down, picked up his sandwich, and went on eating. The compartment door slid open again. This time the boy in it was pale and pointed and had a brown-haired oaf on each side. Harry had, he realized, already smelled him, a thin citrus cologne, not unpleasant, suggesting money and mothers, a full 10 seconds before the door opened. "So it's true," said the pale boy. He was looking at Harry. "They're saying the whole length of the train, Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts." "I have," said Harry. "I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Ron, beside Harry, half snorted. Draco's eyes flicked sideways, cold, attentive, and slid back. "You'll soon find, Potter, that some wizarding families are better than others. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort." He held out his hand. "I can help you there." Harry looked at the hand. Neat nails. Soft skin. A signet ring on the 4th finger, a cursive M inside a coat of arms he did not recognize yet but would find in a book that night. "I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks." Draco's color rose. His fingers, which had been arranged in a careful, practiced handshake, curled in. "Careful, Potter," he said. "Unless you're a little politer you'll go the same way as your parents." They didn't know what was good for them either. Ron was on his feet before Harry's shoulders even twitched. "Sit down, Ron," said Harry. Ron froze. Ron stared. Ron, to his great credit and to his even greater puzzlement, sat down. Harry did not stand up. "Mr. Malfoy," he said. He said it the way Peggy had once said Agent Carter to an army colonel who had called her sweetheart. "I have not met your parents. I would not presume to say anything about them. I will extend you the same courtesy the other way. If you ever say anything about my mother again, I will answer you, and I will not do it in a train compartment. Please take your friends and go." There was a silence. It was the wrong kind of silence for Draco Malfoy. Draco Malfoy had been raised on silences that broke for him, that waited on him, that deferred. This silence did none of those things. This silence was the silence of a small, plainly dressed boy with a scar on his forehead who was looking at him with the unflinching consideration of a man deciding which joint of his arm to dislocate first. Draco's oafs did not know what to do. Draco did not, either. "We'll see, Potter," he said, at last. His voice was smaller than he had meant it to be. He turned on his heel. The compartment door slid shut. The 3 of them sat in silence for a beat. Then Ron, very softly, said, "Blimey." Hermione sat down on the seat next to Neville with the sudden small animal stillness of someone who has just watched something important happen and does not yet know what. "You'd have fought him," she said. "Not to anyone in particular." Harry understood it was to him. "Not in a train corridor," said Harry. "And not yet." "Why not yet?" Because I have not chosen the ground. And because I have only been around him for 90 seconds and I don't know everything about him yet. You talk, said Hermione, slowly, like a grown-up. Harry took another bite of Mrs. Weasley's roast beef sandwich. Sorry, he said. I'll try to grow out of it. Hogwarts came into view around a long curve of Black Lake at dusk. Harry, on a boat with Ron and Hermione and a pale boy called Dean who was from West Ham, watched the castle silhouette itself out of the gloom, towers, cliffs, lit windows, and said nothing for a long moment, because sometimes you had to just stop and let a building be a building. Blimey, said Ron. It's beautiful, said Hermione. It's defensible, said Harry, under his breath, and Hermione, who had sharp ears, turned and looked at him curiously. They came up through the great doors and through the candlelit entrance hall and a stern witch in green, McGonagall, the author of his letter, the hand he had been memorizing in ink, gathered them like a schoolmistress gathering chicks and gave them the first-year talk. Houses. Points. Family. Harry listened without seeming to. He was counting exits. He was counting staircases in his peripheral vision. He was measuring the distance between the gargoyles and noting which of them had eyes that followed him. The doors opened. The great hall opened out. For tables, for banners, an absurdity of candles hanging in mid-air, a ceiling that was, tonight, a storm. Harry had read Hogwarts, a history on the train, he knew the ceiling was enchanted. Still, looking at it, at the slow, real, moving cloud 3 stories above him, with its own weather, he let himself, for about half a second, be a boy again, because that sort of thing was rare and worth 1/2 second out of a life. McGonagall put a stool down. McGonagall put an old pointed hat on the stool. The hat, without any warning at all, sang. It sang a song about the 4 houses and what each valued. Harry listened. It was actually a rather good song. He made a note, the hat is aware, the hat talks, the hat watches, and the hat was placed in this school by the founders. Ask later who maintains it. One by one, the first years went up. Abbott, Hannah went to Hufflepuff. Bones, Susan, Hufflepuff. Boot, Terry, Ravenclaw. Bulstrode, Millicent, Slytherin. Finnegan, Seamus, Gryffindor. Granger, Hermione, the hat took a long second, as if pleased, and said Gryffindor. Longbottom, Neville, longer still. Gryffindor. Malfoy, Draco, the hat did not even touch his head. Slytherin. Potter, Harry. The hall went, in an instant, the wrong kind of quiet. Harry walked up. He kept his shoulders square. He kept his face bland. He sat on the stool. McGonagall put the hat over his eyes, and the hat, well, bless my seams. You've had a journey. Harry did not jump. He had been told to expect the hat would speak. I have had a journey. Yes. 2, said the hat. 2 men in 1 boy. That does not ordinarily happen, you know. I don't imagine it does. Are you going to tell anyone? I do not tell. I read, and I sort. It is all I do. Thank you. You are kind, for a soldier. That is an interesting combination. I was kind before I was a soldier. Yes, said the hat, as if pleased. I see that now. Well. Let us see. You are cunning, Mr. Potter, or Mr. Rogers, or whichever of you is doing the cunning today. I could put you in Slytherin and you would do very well there. You know your enemy and you keep your counsel, and a Slytherin values both. I'm not going to Slytherin. No. No. Why not? Because the last time I set foot in a place full of men who valued power and believed they were special, the place was called Hydra and I broke it myself. The hat laughed. That was, Harry noticed with interest, the first time in his 2 lives he had ever made a hat laugh. All right, Mr. Rogers. All right. You want a house that will train you for a war. You want a house with good hearts and firm fists and a bit of stupid, honest courage. I'll tell you something. I could put you in Ravenclaw and make you a scholar. I could put you in Hufflepuff and make you a friend. But the hat is not a fool, and the hat has watched you for a full 3 minutes now. 3 is a very long time for me, and there is only one house you will not die of boredom in. Gryffindor. The shout came out of the hall rather than the hat, because the hat had shouted and the hall had answered. Harry took the hat off and set it back on the stool with a small, formal nod, "Thank you," and walked, in the roaring Gryffindor applause, to the table where the twins and Ron and Hermione and Neville already were. He noticed, as he sat down, that at the high table, 2 men were staring at him. One was the headmaster, tall, thin, beard long enough to tuck into a belt. The old man from Flourish and Blots. Dumbledore. The other was the purple-turbaned professor from the Leaky Cauldron. Quirrell. Quirrell's face had gone the color of a fish. Dumbledore's had not. Harry took his seat. He helped himself to a roast potato. He did not look up at the high table again that evening, because he had seen what he needed to see. The first night in the Gryffindor dorm, after the last boy had stopped snoring at last, Harry lay on his back in a 4-poster bed for the first time in either of his lives and counted the ribs of the stone ceiling and did not sleep. He did not sleep until he had, by feel, mapped every exit from Gryffindor Tower. He did not sleep until he had counted 62 stairs to the common room door, 11 paces across the common room, 14 down the spiral stair from the fat lady. He did not sleep until he had tested the window latches, all opened, all closed again without squeaking. He did not sleep until he had placed his wand within 6 inches of his right hand with the binding cord uncoiled. Then he slept. Monday morning brought double potions in the dungeons, and Professor Snape. Harry had known, at the feast, that Snape did not like him. He had caught the look across the hall when Quirrell's turban had gone pale. Snape's eyes had gone to him, narrowed, and stayed narrow. He had filed it away. A teacher who did not like a pupil was a teacher to be understood, not feared. Snape, on first glance, was a teacher who was going to be very easy to understand. Harry sat in the front row of the potions classroom with the cauldron between him and Ron, and Hermione behind him already writing things down before Snape had opened his mouth, and he waited. Snape came in the way men with a grievance come in, briskly, without fanfare, as if a small dark fact had walked into the room. He did not say welcome. He did not say good morning. He read the register in a voice like a slow knife. "Potter," Snape said, when he arrived at the name. Then, not looking up, "Our new celebrity." Ron stiffened. Harry kept his face level. "Sir," he said, politely. Snape's eyes came up. They were black. They were the eyes of a man who had gone on looking at things long after he had stopped enjoying it. "Potter. Tell me. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The Harry part of him had read the first 3 chapters of 1000 magical herbs and fungi and magical drafts and potions on the train. The Steve part of him had read the other 7 chapters of each last night by the light of his wand after the rest of Gryffindor Tower had fallen asleep. And the soldier in him knew an interrogation when he was in one. "Powdered asphodel root and wormwood make the draught of living death, sir. It induces a sleep indistinguishable from death. Dosage about half an ounce per half gallon, longer boil than most first-year texts indicate. Magical draughts and potions understates the brewing time by about 10 minutes. Ron's jaw dropped. Hermione's quill paused. Snape's face did not change. Snape's face, if anything, closed down another degree. "Where," he said, "would you look if I asked you to fetch me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat." "Sir. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "There isn't one. They're the same plant. Also called aconite." For 3 full seconds Snape did not speak. The class did not breathe. "Why," said Snape, very softly, "did you read your textbooks?" Because they were the books for the class, sir. It was not the answer Snape had been testing him for. It was not the answer he had prepared a trap for. It was the smallest, flattest, most insultingly ordinary answer a boy could give. Harry delivered it without inflection. 5 points to Gryffindor, said Snape, for simple literacy. Which is evidently more than most of you manage. He turned on his heel. Now. Open your books. To page 12. Later, when Neville melted a cauldron on the other side of the room, Snape sneered at the room and deducted a point and moved on, and did not look at Harry once for the rest of the lesson. Harry, stirring his own simple potion with the care of a man who knew that a chemistry teacher could kill you if you respected him poorly, felt the professor's gaze on the back of his head at irregular intervals. He did not turn. He let Snape look. When the lesson ended he paused, at the door, and said, "Thank you, sir." Snape's quill stopped on the parchment it was marking. "For what?" said Snape, "Potter?" "For the interrogation. I'll remember to do it better next time." Snape did not answer. But something about his shoulders, Harry thought as he went up the stairs with Ron, had gone very, very still. Between the first potions class and the flying lesson, a week went by, and in that week Harry learned Hogwarts the way a platoon leader learns the town he is going to have to defend. He learned that the staircases moved, not randomly, but on a schedule of sorts, which he worked out by going up and down the main flight at the same hour every morning. He learned that Peeves the poltergeist was a danger to small, distracted children and no danger at all to a boy who stopped, said "Good morning, Peeves," and kept walking. He learned that Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, could be outflanked by moving with the wall to her back, and that the wall to the cat's back was just as well. She was an intelligence asset for someone, and Harry preferred his intelligence assets confused. He learned that the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was locked, explicitly, on pain of a very painful death, and he wrote that down in a small leather notebook he had bought at Flourish and Blott's. He got his first look at Professor Dumbledore across the Great Hall at breakfast on Tuesday. The old man was reading the Daily Prophet with his half-moon spectacles slid low on his nose and the calm of a monk. He looked up, for a heartbeat, while Harry was pouring milk over his porridge, and their eyes met across the length of the hall. Dumbledore smiled very slightly. Harry, without breaking the look, put the jug down and inclined his head a precise quarter of an inch. Dumbledore's smile deepened. He went back to his paper. Later, Harry thought. You and I will have a conversation. But not yet. He got his second look at Quirrell on Wednesday, in defense against the dark arts. Quirrell's classroom smelled of garlic so strongly that Seamus sneezed through the whole lesson. Quirrell stuttered his way through a lecture about Grindylows that was 3 weeks behind the book and stopped, twice, mid-sentence, with a small, strange pause, as if he were listening to something. Harry sat at the back of the class and watched the turban. He watched the way Quirrell's eyes moved. He watched the way Quirrell did not quite look at him, except once, when Quirrell's chin came up too fast, and for a quarter of a second the pupils of his eyes were not on Harry but past him, over his shoulder, as if someone was looking out of Quirrell's eyes by mistake. Harry, without moving, made a small, careful decision. The man was not, in the most important sense, alone inside his own skin. Whatever Harry was going to do about Voldemort in the long run, he was now sure that Voldemort was not, in the short run, at the bottom of a grave. He filed that away, came out of the lesson, and did not tell Ron or Hermione. Not yet. Hermione, by the Friday of that week, had adopted them. Harry did not entirely know how this had happened. On Wednesday afternoon she had marched over to him in the library and asked whether he had done the herbology essay. On Thursday she had asked whether he had done the transfiguration exercise. On Friday she had sat down opposite him, laid out her own essay, looked at his, said "You write well, you know," and then corrected a pronoun in his third paragraph without asking permission. "Thank you," said Harry. "Thank you," said Ron, across the table. "She was right," said Harry. "It was the wrong pronoun. Why would I not thank her?" Ron looked at the two of them like a boy who had wandered into the wrong play. Because she's kind, said Harry. Useful. Smart. Bossy, muttered Ron. Hermione opened her mouth for the first hot retort of what would have been a long week of snapping, and then closed it, because Harry had very gently put a hand on Ron's forearm and said, quietly, Ron. She's on our side. Choose your enemies. Hermione isn't one of them. Ron looked at his friend's hand on his arm. Ron looked at Hermione, who was going pink and tight around the mouth. Sorry, Hermione, he muttered. It was a mumble. It was a grudging mumble. But he meant it, and Hermione, who had been bracing for a fight, blinked, as if she had not known what to do with an apology offered so promptly. Oh, she said. Well. That's all right. I suppose. Harry, who had watched generals do worse, smiled into his book. The flying lesson, 8 days later, happened on a Thursday. Madame Hooch was crisp and thorough in her briefing and insisted that the first exercise, hover, come down, that was all, was the only exercise. Hooch said, no one is to take off without my whistle. Hooch said, broomstick under your hand over it, say up. Harry said up. His broom leapt into his palm. He approved of the broom at once. Lightweight. Old. Responsive. A well-trained dog of a broom. His right hand, as it closed on the shaft, knew the weight of it before the hand realized the weight. Steve had flown a captured Messerschmitt over the Adriatic at 22. Steve had ridden a motorcycle off the back of a moving train. Steve had slid down the spine of a Valkyrie in the seconds before it hit the ice. The brain knew what a handle weighted like that did when you leaned. The body, small and thin and 11, did not, yet. He paid attention to the difference between them. He let himself learn. Neville, on his left, with the luck of a boy born to be unlucky, rose off the ground 3 beats ahead of Hooch's whistle. Neville's broom, mad with a malfunction or with nerves, shot up in an erratic corkscrew. Neville's fingers lost purchase at about 15 feet. Neville's cloak caught on a gargoyle for the count of a beat. Neville came down with a crunch. Hooch, with one eye on Neville, barked at the class to stay on the ground on pain of expulsion and hauled Neville toward the hospital wing. Draco Malfoy, with a smile that Harry had been waiting for, stooped and picked up a glass ball from the grass where it had rolled out of Neville's pocket. Remembrel, said Draco, turning the little sphere in his hand. Useful, I suppose. If you're Longbottom. Put it down, please, said Harry. Maybe I'll put it on the roof. No. Maybe I'll put it up a tree. Draco, said Harry. He said the name, for the first time, without any courtesy in it. Put it down. Draco swung onto his broom and shot 20 feet up. He turned, midair, to see if Harry would come. Harry did not come. Harry stood, with his hands on his hips, with a plain, patient expression, and said, loud enough to be heard, not loud enough to be shrill, I asked you to put it down. I did not ask you to come down. Think about what a difference there is. The class was staring. Hermione, at the back, bit her lip. Scared, Potter? No. Scared to fly? I have flown rather a lot, in fact. Then come and get it. I will not come and get something from a boy who has taken it from another boy. That is not how men settle things. There was a pause. Draco, hovering, tried another tack. Scared to fight me in the air, are you? Harry smiled. It was a quiet, certain smile. I will fight you. On the ground. Wands down. Or wands up. Your choice. At any hour you please. What? You heard me. Draco hovered. Draco, Harry realized with a small professional satisfaction, did not know what to do. Draco had issued a dare that turned on the victim coming up to meet him, Draco had not prepared for a victim who calmly issued a counter-dare that moved the fight to ground Draco had not surveyed. Draco looked, for the first time since they had met, slightly younger than 11. "Keep it, then," Draco said, and he made a show of tossing the remembrall up and away, in a high backhanded arc toward the castle, where it would strike a stone wall and shatter. Harry had already begun to move. He did not, in fact, take off. He took 3 quick strides, hard, precise, the long straight stride a smaller body gets when the legs are pumping at the right angle, and he caught the falling glass sphere a hand's breadth off the grass, with the heel of his palm cupped, the way he had caught shrapnel-shocked men out of the air at the edge of an aid tent in the winter of '44. He caught it without looking. He had measured the parabola the instant it left Draco's fingers, he had adjusted for wind by the lift of Hermione's hair next to him, he had started the run 2 heartbeats before Draco's hand opened. He stood up with the remembrall in his palm. The class was silent. A voice behind him, not a friendly voice, said, "Mr. Potter." Harry turned. Professor McGonagall was standing on the lawn. She had come out of the castle without his noticing, which in itself told him a great deal about Professor McGonagall. Her face was white. Her eyes were not. Her eyes were bright. He recognized bright eyes. He had seen bright eyes on Peggy across a war room when Peggy had finally been allowed to requisition the gear she wanted. "Professor," he said. "Come with me, please." He came with her. He did not give her his wand, or his dignity, or his smile. He walked beside her up the lawn with the remembrall in his pocket and the holly wand in his sleeve and his head up. Halfway up the lawn McGonagall stopped, so quietly that Harry nearly missed it. She looked down at him. "You did not take off, Mr. Potter." "No, Professor. You were supposed to take off." "I was supposed to be grown up enough not to, Professor." She studied him. "Who taught you to catch like that, Mr. Potter?" "I have quick hands, Professor." "You have extraordinary hands, Mr. Potter." "I have been watching you this week." "You have extraordinary everything." "Stand still one moment." He stood still. She watched him. Not the way a teacher watches a student. The way a general watches a private. She had, he realized, been watching him since the Sorting Hat had taken 3 minutes over him, since the little line from the twins about him sitting on the train like a soldier on a patrol, since Snape's report of a first-year boy who corrected magical drafts and potions under his breath, since Phileas Flitwick's quick, excited note about a boy who had heard a levitation spell done once and reproduced it on the 4th attempt. "Mr. Potter," she said, slowly. "I was going to make you the youngest Seeker in a century. For Gryffindor. Wood is going to murder me if I don't. Is that acceptable to you?" "Yes, Professor." "It is. Good. You will tell no one." "I will tell no one." "Come along, then. There is a boy called Wood in this castle who does not deserve the news I am about to give him, but he is going to have it anyway." That night, after the toast, Oliver Wood, it emerged, deserved the news very much indeed, after the twins had clapped him on the back, after Ron had gone red and then white and then happy again, after Hermione had said I would not have caught it like that and Harry had said no, you wouldn't, you'd have caught it a different way. Harry went up to the dorm and sat on the edge of his bed and took out the map of Hogwarts he had been sketching from memory and added the flying field and the route. Madame Hooch had taken Neville on to the hospital wing. Far away, in a tower he could not yet see and had not yet mapped, 2 old people sat at a table with a bottle of whiskey between them that one of them was ignoring and the other was studying like a chess piece. "Albus," said McGonagall, "do you know what that boy did on the flying pitch today?" "Tell me, Minerva." "He did not go up." "Indeed." "He did not go up, Albus. Draco Malfoy tried to provoke him into going up and he did not go up. He made the bully come down. And when the bully would not come down, he waited. And when the bully threw, he caught. He caught like Merlin, Albus, he caught like a veteran. An old veteran. Not a boy. I know, Minerva. You know. I have been watching him. You have been, Albus, what did you watch him do? Walk down Diagon Alley. And he walked it as if he were walking a town he expected to have to clear house by house. McGonagall set down her cup. Slowly. Albus, she said, quietly. That is not the boy we planned for. No. It is also not a boy. No. Then what is it? Dumbledore poured himself a finger of whiskey he was not going to drink and watched the candlelight move in it. Let us hope, Minerva, he said, after a long moment, that it is, in the ways that matter, a man. Because we have, between us, asked of a boy what only a man can give. And if we have been given a man, he lifted his cup, slowly, then perhaps we have been, for once, extraordinarily lucky. And perhaps, Minerva, not all of us are going to come out of this alive who would have. McGonagall set her own cup down very carefully and did not pick it up again. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Shields and Shadows. Oliver Wood, it turned out, was the sort of man who believed in Quidditch the way priests believe in miracles. He cornered Harry in the common room the Saturday after the flying lesson with a stack of parchment half a foot thick and said, without preamble, I know how you catch a ball from standing. Now I need to know what you do in the air. Show me, said Harry. Wood showed him. Wood walked him up to the Quidditch pitch at 7 on Sunday morning, with the October mist still on the grass and the mountain still dark, and Wood, who was large and bone-tired already and carrying a crate of balls, said, the snitch is about this big. It's quick as a, well, it's quick. It goes where it wants. You catch it, we win. What's it weigh? Said Harry. Ounce and a half. How fast? Fast. Faster than me. Nothing is faster than a snitch, Potter. Then I will not outrun it. I will place myself where it is going to be. Wood, who had been prepared to explain a great deal, paused, scratched his chin, and looked at him. Explain that, please, said Wood. A small moving object makes patterns, said Harry. Nothing does not make a pattern. Even wind makes a pattern. You watch the pattern, you do not chase the object. Do you have a charmed ball I can watch for an hour? Yes, I've gotta, then let it out. I will sit here. I will watch it for an hour. Tomorrow I will sit here and watch it for another hour. By the weekend I will be able to tell you where it is going 3 seconds before it goes there, and then we will begin the actual flying. Is that all right? Wood stared at him. Potter, he said, are you actually 11? Technically, said Harry. Wood opened the crate and let the practice snitch go. He sat down on the grass with Harry and he watched the little gold ball jag and bank and circle. At the end of the hour Wood went away without saying a word and did not come back until Tuesday, and when he came back, he had a second crate of balls and a little notebook of his own, and he did not complain about getting up at 7 again for the rest of the month. Halloween was on a Friday, and the morning of Halloween Harry woke with a small cold weight in his stomach. He did not, at first, know what it was. He lay in bed for a full minute, identifying it. It was an old feeling. It was the feeling he had got on the evening before Asano. It was the feeling he had got in a cold train car crossing the Alps about 10 minutes before the commandos had hit them. It was the feeling a body gets when it has been paying attention to things the mind has not noticed. Something was going to happen today. He got up. He dressed. He did his press-ups on the cold flagstones of the Gryffindor bathroom, and when he came back through the dorm he stopped by Ron's bed and watched Ron sleep for a second, and he watched Hermione's little rucksack, which she had left by the door overnight because she had been in a panic about today's charms assignment, and he filed them both in a careful place in his head. At breakfast he ate more than usual. The twins, noticing, put a second kipper on his plate without asking. Harry ate that too. Hungry, Potter, said Fred. Yes, said Harry. Big day. I don't know yet. We like him, said George, to Fred. We do, said Fred. Hermione, at her end of the table, was not speaking to any of them. Ron, the evening before, had made a remark about Hermione's charms wand work in a voice that had carried further than Ron had intended, and Hermione had gone pale and walked out of the charms corridor and had been crying in a girl's bathroom ever since, according to Lavender. Harry had been meaning, since last night, to fix this. Ron, he said, low. What? After breakfast. Go and apologize. She won't listen. Then she won't listen. You go anyway. Harry, you go, Ron. Ron stared at him. Ron opened his mouth. Ron closed it. Ron nodded once, unhappy. I'll go, he said. After charms. Before charms. Before charms. She'll kill me. Then she will kill you and the world will make a little more sense. Go. Ron went. He did not come back. Charms started without him. Halfway through charms, Professor Flitwick, without looking at Harry directly, murmured that Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger had both checked in as absent with leave, which was Hogwarts' polite way of saying in a corridor crying and being apologized to. Harry raised his feather and, on the second attempt, lifted it 3 feet into the air with a neat Wingardium Leviosa. Flitwick beamed at him. The cold weight in Harry's stomach did not go away. At the Halloween feast the hall smelled of pumpkin and roast and cinnamon. Flaming jack-o'-lanterns the size of garden sheds floated above the tables. Harry was halfway through his pie when the doors of the great hall slammed open. Quirrell came through them at a run. Troll, he gasped. Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know, he collapsed. Harry was on his feet before the body hit the stone. He did not look at Quirrell. He did not look at Dumbledore. He did not look at the chaos breaking out along the benches. He looked at the one thing he needed to see. Hermione was not at the Gryffindor table. Neither was Ron. The charms corridor was on the first floor. The first floor girls' bathroom was on the first floor. The first floor girls' bathroom was not, technically, in the dungeons, but the Halloween feast was in the Great Hall and the troll had come through the dungeons and was, by all the logic Harry had ever learned, going to come up the dungeon stair and into the first corridor available. That corridor was not far from the first floor girls' bathroom at all. Dumbledore was standing, silver and still, shouting over the tumult. Prefects, he was saying, lead your houses back. Teachers will follow me to the dungeons. Everyone stay calm. Harry turned to Fred. He said, I'm going for Ron and Hermione. Fred did not ask any questions. Fred said, right. What do you need? Eyes on Percy. If he notices me gone, tell him I went to the loo and passed out, and you sent George to fetch me. Done. Harry slipped out of the hall under the cover of the moving houses. He went up the left-hand stair, not the right, because the right ran past a knot of Slytherin prefects. He shrugged off his schoolbag, dropped it behind a statue in the corridor he would pass on the way back, and went down the first-floor hallway at a run. The smell hit him 20 paces before the bathroom. A dense, wet, old mud smell. He had smelled it once, in a cavern outside Genoa, and he had not liked it then either. He slowed. He did not stop. He drew the wand. He came around the corner of the bathroom corridor and saw Ron, 12 feet ahead, staring, his mouth open, at what was happening inside the room. Harry covered the 12 feet before Ron finished his breath. Ron, he said, quiet and hard, listen to me. Hermione is in there. Yes, conscious. Yes, she's hurt. No, she's hiding, right. Harry did not look inside. He did not need to, yet. He cleared the corridor behind them with a glance. There was a broom in a cupboard 20 feet back, there was an armor stand 6 feet in front of the bathroom door, there were 3 candlesticks with wax still solid in them. Your job. Listen. You open the door, you shout, and you run 60 feet that way, he pointed, and you stand between the troll and Hermione with your wand up. You do not hit it with anything. You do not fight it. You get its eyes on you for 6 seconds. That's all. 6 seconds. Can you do that? 6 seconds. 6. After that you drop. Flat. Down. Against the wall. Understand? Yes, go. Ron went. Ron, who would never in his life do a harder thing than this, pushed the door of the girls' bathroom wide open and shouted the name of every relative he had with a first initial G, because Ginny, said Ron's brain, was what you shouted when you were trying to save your sister and you didn't know what name to use. The troll, which had been standing over a porcelain basin it had broken with one casual swing of its club, turned its small head. It saw Ron. Ron dived left. The troll lumbered after him. Behind them, in the cubicle, Hermione's white face showed in the gap between splinters. Harry walked through the doorway with the calm of a man walking into an operating theater. The troll was 12 feet tall. Harry had killed one in Berchtesgaden, in 1944, with a grenade and a wall. He did not have a grenade and he did not have a wall. He had a wand, the hardness of his right shoulder, and a boy's body that would fold like paper if he took a hit. That was the order he had to arrange it in: wand, shoulder, do not get hit. He moved to the troll's back quarter, the blind arc of a 12-foot biped, and snapped the wand at the broom cupboard 20 feet behind him. Accio, he said. It was not, technically, a spell he had been taught. It was a spell he had read the afternoon before in Standard Book of Spells, Grade 3 in the library while he was supposed to be reading Chapter 2 of Grade 1. He had practiced it on a feather for half an hour and tried it, the night before last, on his shoe, which had come with unexpected enthusiasm. Now he asked it, pleasantly, to fetch him the broom handle. The broom handle cracked into his left palm. Harry, with a small clean movement, broke the head off the handle against the wall and now had 4 feet of smooth ash pole with a splinter at the top. The troll had noticed Ron was under the sink. The troll raised its club. Harry shouted. He shouted a name. It was a short, loud name, and the name was Hey, and the troll turned its very small face toward him with a ponderous confusion. Harry was already moving. He came in at a low angle, used the bathroom wall as a push-off, bounced up into the air off the edge of the sink, an angle he had measured the instant he had come through the door, and drove the blunt end of the broken broom handle into the socket behind the troll's left knee. The troll dropped with a grunt. Harry was already around the back of it. He hooked the pole behind the troll's right knee as it was buckling, spun the pole with his hip as a fulcrum, and took the troll down onto its side. Hermione, who had risen shaking out of her cubicle, said "Oh," in a very small voice. The troll thrashed. The club swung. Harry went flat, rolled inside the arc, came up at the troll's neck and drove the splintered end of the pole across its throat. Not to kill. To choke. The troll's eyes rolled. Harry rode the arm that came up to pull him off, caught the inside of the wrist in a lock Peggy had taught him one bored afternoon in a London flat, and bent it against the joint. The troll bellowed. Harry, calmly, said, "Ron. Up. Ron. Now." Ron came up. "Levitate the club," said Harry. "The one it had. Over here." Ron stared. "Ron. Hermione's book. Wingardium Leviosa. On the club." Hermione's cracked voice, swish and flick, Ron. Swish. And. Flick. Ron swished. Ron flicked. Ron, who had cried half an hour before about not being good at charms, raised a 4-stone troll club 6 feet into the air with his hair in his eyes and his wand in a death grip. "Drop it," said Harry. "On its head." Ron dropped it. The club came down. The troll shuddered once. It went still. The bathroom, suddenly, was silent except for the leaking of a broken sink. Harry let go of the troll's wrist. He stood up. He pulled the pole out. He looked at Hermione first, because Hermione was a non-combatant. "Are you hurt?" "No," she whispered. "Look at me. Are you hurt anywhere I cannot see?" "No. No. My hand. A splinter." "Let me see." She held it out. There was a 3-inch sliver of wood in the heel of her palm. Harry, with 2 fingers, drew it out in one smooth pull. He pressed his thumb to the cut. "Breathe," he said. "Once. In. Out. Again. Good." "Harry," she said, and burst into tears. He let her cry. He did not try to stop her. He put his arm around her shoulders and held her, unstiffly, because this was something the Harry part of him had never done before and the Steve part of him had done a great many times, and both of them, together, knew it was the only useful thing. Ron stood over the troll with his wand still up and his lip bleeding where he had bitten it and an expression on his face that was going to be, in about 6 months, the expression of a man. Footsteps in the corridor. Harry stood up. Out into the hall, he said to Hermione. "Stand by Ron. When McGonagall asks, you tell her the truth." She went to the bathroom because she was upset. Ron came to apologize. "I came to fetch both of you." The troll came up the stairs. "We did what we had to do. You do not, either of you, embroider it. Understand?" "Yes," they said together. McGonagall and Snape and Quirrell came through the door in a tight formation. McGonagall first, wand raised. McGonagall stopped. McGonagall looked at the troll. At the broken sink. At the pole on the floor. At the 3 first years. "Mr. Potter," she said, after a long second. "Ma'am. I beg your pardon. Ma'am." "How," she said, "is this troll dead?" "It's not, ma'am. Concussion, I think. It'll wake up with a headache and a limp in the morning." "Mr. Potter. What did you do?" "I used a broom handle, ma'am. I caught it behind the knees. I put it on the floor. I put Mr. Weasley to the club. Mr. Weasley dropped the club on its head. Miss Granger was in the bathroom the whole time. Mr. Potter, ma'am. May I respectfully ask whether anyone is teaching any of us how to handle something like this? Because if not, I'd like to know why the corridor was not cleared." Snape, from behind McGonagall, made a small sound. It might have been surprise. It might have been laughter. McGonagall did not look at him. "Mr. Potter, you are a first-year student." "I am a student in a castle into which a troll has come, ma'am. Past a potions master, a charms master, a transfiguration master, a defense master, a groundskeeper, 2 ghosts, and a headmaster. I am asking, respectfully, who is in charge of our perimeter?" The corridor went very still. McGonagall's mouth opened. Then, in a voice Harry had never heard her use before, a voice that was not sarcastic and was not amused and was, unmistakably, the voice of a commanding officer who has just been asked a fair question by a soldier she had not expected to have, McGonagall said, "That, Mr. Potter, is a very good question. I promise you I will ask it upstairs. For now, 50 points to Gryffindor for sheer, Gryffindor. 10 points to Miss Granger for knowing which spell to say. 10 to Mr. Weasley for executing it. Go to bed, all 3 of you. Mr. Potter, walk with me a moment." They walked. Out of earshot of Snape, who was looking at the broken broom handle on the bathroom floor with a strange, still expression, McGonagall said quietly, "Mr. Potter." "Ma'am. You will not tell anyone how you did that?" "No, Professor. Not your housemates. Not your friends. Not anyone." "No, Professor." "Mr. Potter." "Yes." "Who are you?" He looked at her. The candlelight at this end of the corridor was low. Her face was tired. It was, he thought, almost a kind face when you caught it in the right light. I am exactly what you signed a letter to in July, Professor. Mr. Potter. I'm Harry Potter, ma'am. Mr. Potter, I am not a fool. No, Professor. You are not. And I will tell you the answer to your question. But not in a corridor. She looked at him a long second. He thought, very briefly, about Peggy again, and about the way Peggy had asked questions and waited patiently, always patiently, for the answer. Good night, Mr. Potter, said McGonagall at last. Good night, Professor. He went. 3 things happened in the 2 weeks between the Troll and the first Quidditch match, and Harry was very careful, in his notebook, to give all 3 of them their proper weight. The first was that Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, who had spent their first month of Hogwarts mostly trying not to look at each other, started looking at each other. They did not, at first, like what they saw. Ron looked at Hermione and saw a girl who had been 6 steps ahead of him in every class for 2 months and made him feel, in a way nothing in the Burrow had ever done, stupid. Hermione looked at Ron and saw a boy who had been sneering at her since the first hour of the first day and who had, on Halloween evening, broken into her bathroom cubicle to apologize with his face the color of a beetroot and his fists clenched at his sides. They did not, in the first week, talk to each other if they could avoid it. But they sat at the same end of the table at every meal, both of them next to Harry, both of them unwilling to be the one who moved. By the second week they had started speaking again, and by the end of the second week Hermione was correcting Ron's pronoun use in his Transfiguration essay and Ron was complaining loudly that this was not the deal, and Harry, in the middle of them, kept his head down and ate his porridge and did not for a single second let either of them see him smile. The second thing was that Harry started training them. He did not tell them he was training them. The Steve Rogers in him knew that the first thing to do with a unit you intend to use is to make sure the unit does not know it is a unit. He started, on a Wednesday afternoon, by taking them on a long walk down by the lake, and he asked Hermione, casually, whether she could swim. She could. He asked Ron whether he could swim. Ron could not. He asked Ron whether he would like to learn. Ron, going pink, said yes. By the following Wednesday, in a bath the prefect's bathroom no first year was supposed to know about, Harry had charmed the password out of a third-year prefect by the simple method of being unfailingly polite to her for 6 days. Ron Weasley had floated, for 15 seconds, on his back with no one's hand under him. Hermione asked, on the way back upstairs, "Why did you teach him to swim, Harry?" "Because he could not swim, and one day he might need to." "You mean you might need him to?" "I mean we do not yet know what we will need." Hermione thought about that all the way up to the 7th floor, and the next afternoon she came down to breakfast with a small cloth wallet of objects she had been carrying since September, a needle, 2 yards of thread, a small pair of folding scissors, a tin of Vaseline. She set it down by Harry's plate. "What's this?" said Harry. "Field kit," said Hermione, unsmiling. "If we are training, I would like to start." "What else should I be carrying?" Harry looked at her for a long second. He looked at Ron, who was looking at Hermione like a boy who had just realized the girl he had been arguing with for a month was, in fact, a soldier. "Add salt," said Harry. "A small twist of paper of salt. Add a clean handkerchief. Add a slip of parchment with the names and locations of every adult in this castle you trust. That last one is the important one. We will revise the list together." "Yes," said Hermione. "Welcome aboard, Granger." She blushed for the first time in her life, and ate her toast with a small, fierce smile. The third thing was Hagrid. Harry had been intending, since the Troll, to go and see Hagrid. The half-giant had let one too many things slip on the way back from Diagon Alley, the casual mention of Fluffy, the larger casual mention of something Dumbledore left at Gringotts and is now keeping safe, and had, since then, been the obvious avenue of intelligence on what was going on in this castle. Harry had also decided, over a long evening with his notebook, that he liked Hagrid. He owed Hagrid a real visit. He took Ron and Hermione with him, on the second Saturday after Halloween, with a tin of biscuits Mrs. Weasley had sent and an instruction to Ron to do most of the talking. Ron, who had always liked Hagrid, was happy to oblige. Hagrid was charmed at being visited. Hagrid made tea. Hagrid produced rock cakes which Hermione, whose teeth were her parents' professional pride, ate with diplomatic care, and Ron, whose teeth had no such constituency, ate with an unself-conscious enthusiasm. Halfway through the second cup of tea, Harry said, in a voice so casual it would have made Peggy proud, "Hagrid. The thing in Vault 713. The little brown packet you brought back from Gringotts." Hagrid, who had been pouring more tea, slopped some into the saucer. What about it, Harry?" "Yeah, no, I can't, I know. You can't talk about it. I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you something else. Was it the same thing the troll came up after?" Hagrid set the teapot down very carefully. "Now, Harry. Yeah, shouldn't have been anywhere near that troll. Was it? Look, Harry. There's stuff going on at Hogwarts as is between Professor Dumbledore and a man called Nicholas Flamel and nobody else, and Yerry not ter ask about it, yeah, hear me?" Hermione, on the next stool, did not even blink. Ron, who had been about to take another rock cake, paused. "Of course," said Harry. "I won't ask. I'm sorry, Hagrid." Hagrid relaxed. Harry let the conversation drift. They talked about Hagrid's garden. They talked about Norbert the dragon. Hagrid did not, this evening, say dragon, but there was, suspiciously, a large warm shape under a tarpaulin in the corner that was making, periodically, a small puff of smoke. Hermione, with admirable calm, did not say anything. Ron, who had grown up with brothers who kept ferrets in cupboards, did not see what the fuss was about. On the way back up to the castle, with the snow already starting to come down in single fat flakes, Harry said, "Nicholas Flamel." "I've heard the name," said Hermione, immediately. "I don't remember where." "Find out," said Harry. "Without anyone noticing you are looking. Library, after lights out, take Ron's invisibility, well. We will think about that. Just find out who Nicholas Flamel is." "Why?" "Because Hagrid said his name and immediately turned the color of his beard. Which means it is what is in Vault 713. Which means the troll on Halloween came up to find it. Which means we are going to want to know what it is by Christmas." "All right," said Hermione. She did not ask any more questions. She had, somewhere between the bath and the field kit, decided that asking too many questions would slow them down, and that Harry would, if she waited, tell her what she needed to know in the order she needed to know it. Ron, beside her, said, "You really think Quirrell is up to it?" "I think Quirrell is up to it, and I think the troll was a distraction so somebody could try to get past Fluffy on Halloween, and I think whoever it was failed, because Snape was up there before the rest of the staff. I think, Ron." Harry paused at the foot of the steps to the entrance hall and looked up at the great front door, "that we have until late in the spring before someone else tries again. And I think we have until late in the spring to be ready." "To be ready for what?" "For me," said Harry, "to go after them first." Hermione opened her mouth. Hermione closed her mouth. Hermione, who was the best student in the year and not, yet, a soldier, decided not to argue, because the boy beside her was looking up at the castle the way a man looks up at a hill he intends to take. The first Quidditch match of the season was against Slytherin, and it was held on the third Saturday in November, in a wind that came down off the mountains with a meanness in it. Harry went up at 10 with his Nimbus 2000 in one hand, courtesy McGonagall, who had, after a long night, produced the broom along with a very carefully worded letter that pretended to ignore the tryout rule, and Wood's pre-game speech still loud in his ears. He was 200 feet up and circling at a cautious altitude when his broom bucked. Not a shy buck. Not a little twist. A hard, aggressive buck, the kind a trained horse delivers when something is very wrong with its bit. Harry, in the air, went absolutely still. He stopped flying. He stopped chasing the snitch. He let the broom do what it wanted to do while he felt out the kind of wrongness. It was not the broom. The broom was fine. The broom was being interfered with. He closed his eyes for half a second. He opened them and looked down across the stands. 400 people. 120 in each of the Gryffindor and Slytherin sections. Another 100 spread between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Staff box at the center of the opposite stand. 14 teachers. In the staff box, 3 sets of eyes were on him, Dumbledore's. Calm. Unworried. Observing. Quirrell's. Not on him. On Snape. Snape's. On him. Unblinking. Lips moving. The broom bucked again, harder. Harry nearly came off. He clamped his knees and thought. Lips moving, spell. Unblinking, line of sight maintained spell. Classic curse geometry. The obvious conclusion, Snape is hexing your broom, was, he realized in a heartbeat, the wrong conclusion. Because the broom had begun to buck 4 seconds before Snape's lips had begun to move. Snape was responding to the hex. Snape was muttering a counter. Harry's eyes moved. Quirrell. In the staff box. Head tilted. Eyes, not on him, but on his broom. Lips behind the turban. He had his man. The broom whipped again, cruelly, and this time Harry lost a hand. He caught himself on the shaft with his legs, brought the free hand back, and rode out the spasm with the professional flat breath of a man riding out a G-force on a training jet. Below, in the Gryffindor stands, Hermione's head moved. Her eyes went to the staff box. Her eyes went to Snape. He knew she was about to make exactly the mistake he had just failed to make. He could not shout down. He could not even signal down. He had to hope that someone told her the truth after. He had a job to do up here, because the snitch was out, and the snitch, he had noticed 6 seconds ago, was 40 feet below him and moving toward his left ear. Accio, he said, very quietly, under his breath, at the snitch, because fair was a thing you fought for and one was a thing you took. It did not come. The snitch was charmed against it. He had expected that. But it slowed. It slowed by an inch on the far left of its arc, enough to change his read on its next turn, enough to tell him where it would be when his broom steadied. Below him, in the stands, a small orange flower bloomed on the hem of Snape's robes. Hermione had set her professor on fire. Harry, wincing inwardly, watched the broom buck one last time, watched Snape slap at his robes, watched Quirrell, in the moment of being jostled by the crowd around him as people stood to see the fire, lose his concentration for 2 full seconds. The broom steadied. Harry didn't think. He dropped. He went headfirst at the snitch with the broom under him like a spear, tucked his shoulders, rolled, plucked the thing out of the air 3 feet above the grass, rolled again, out of the pull-up, came up with it closed in his fist. The crowd made the sound that crowds make when they have been holding their breath for too long. Harry landed. He walked over to the Gryffindor side with the snitch in his fist. He tossed it, easily, to Wood. He looked, as he did it, up into the staff box. Quirrell was smoothing his turban. Snape was looking at him. Harry, with the smallest, most exact nod of his life, gave Professor Severus Snape the single most careful thank you a Gryffindor has ever given a Slytherin head of house. Snape, who had been prepared to spend the rest of his life disliking James Potter's son, stared at the boy on the grass for a long moment. Then, very slowly, without moving his face, he inclined his chin 1/4 of an inch in reply. He turned on his heel. He walked out of the staff box with his robe hem still smoking. Harry, on the grass, let Ron and Hermione hug him, and said nothing. That night, in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione Granger opened her mouth to say I set Snape on fire. Harry, I saw his lips moving, I knew he was hexing your broom, and Harry, who had let her have 10 minutes of triumph on the walk back to the castle, said, quietly, it was Quirrell. Ron said, what? Hermione said, but Quirrell hexed the broom. Snape was counter-cursing it. Your fire interrupted Quirrell's concentration. You saved my life. Snape was saving it too. I'd appreciate if neither of you mentioned Snape to anyone. Ron stared. You're saying Snape was on our side today? Yes. I don't know about tomorrow. But today, yes. Hermione looked stricken. I set a teacher on fire, Harry. You did. I set a teacher on fire who was trying to help you. Yes. Oh God. Hermione. Listen. You had the best information available to a first year. You acted fast. You did not hesitate. Those are all good qualities for the day we are going to have next. You now have the additional information that Professor Snape was counter-cursing rather than cursing. You store it. You apologize, if you like, privately, later, when the time is right. But you do not hate yourself for being wrong when the only one who knew better was the man who set the game up wrong. Yes. Hermione sat down on the rug in front of the fire and put her face in her hands. Yes, she said. Yes. I hear you. Ron sat down beside her and, for the first time in his life, did not say anything. Harry did not sleep well that night. He had not been hurt, physically, but the air had had edges on it. He lay in bed and listened to the wind around the towers, and he added a new category to his notebook: Quirrell, confirmed hostile, assume presence of a passenger. At 3 a.m, he got up. He pulled on a dressing gown. He went down into the common room with his wand unlit and stood at the window, watching the grounds. Snow had come that night. A fox, a real one, not a Patronus, they did not have patron uses yet, not that Hogwarts had taught them about, was crossing the snow toward the forest with a small dead thing in its mouth. He watched the fox until it had gone. Then he went back up to bed and slept for 4 hours, because a soldier slept when he could. Albus, said McGonagall, in the headmaster's office, with a cup of cold tea going colder between her hands, I want to know what is going on. Minerva. I want to know who put a stone on the 3rd floor behind a Cerberus. I want to know what it is. I want to know who is trying to steal it. I want to know why a troll got past our wards. I want to know why my first-year Potter is writing in a leather notebook by his bed at 2 a.m. and updating maps of the castle. Do not tell me boys always do that. Mine do not. Dumbledore did not interrupt. I want to know, said McGonagall, who he is, Albus. Who do you think he is, Minerva? I think he is Harry Potter. I think Harry Potter is a small, sober, dangerous boy who should not have survived a killing curse and should not, at 11, have handled a troll with a broom handle, and should not have counterread the staff box for a cursed broom in 4 seconds. Only one of those 3 things was in any prophecy I've ever heard. No. No. No, Minerva. It was not. She stared at him. What have we got, Albus? Dumbledore set his teacup down. He folded his fingers together, the way he did when he was about to say something he had been holding for a long time. I do not know, Minerva. Not precisely. I will tell you what I think. The night Voldemort, McGonagall flinched, as always, and did not stop him. The night Voldemort tried to kill that boy, his curse was, we know, bent back upon him. I have been wondering for 10 years what it touched on the way there. Now I begin to think the curse did not leave the house empty. I begin to think it caught something on the way out and brought it back. I do not know, yet, what. But I think what is sitting at the Gryffindor table is not the boy the Potters laid in a cot on the 31st of October, 1981. Or not only. I think, we have, in Harry Potter, a boy with a lodger of some sort. A lodger who is, it appears, not Voldemort. Albus, I have prepared a test for him, Minerva. The stone. The chambers. The corridor on the 3rd floor. I will not prevent him, when the time comes, from finding his way there. I had designed it for a boy. I now find we have, perhaps, a man. And I have begun, this week, to wonder whether I have the right to put a man through a test I designed for a boy. And I do not yet know my answer. But I know this, Minerva. I know that before Christmas I am going to sit down with Harry Potter and ask him who he is. And I know that I am going to listen to the answer I am given. And I know, Minerva, he lifted his eyes to hers, very tired, very steady, that whatever that answer is, I am going to have to deserve it. McGonagall reached for her cup. The tea was, by now, cold. I think, she said, you should ask him, Albus. I shall. Outside, the first real snow of the year was beginning to fall over Hogwarts. In a tower above the kitchens, a boy with a scar across his forehead lay awake and made, in a small leather notebook, a list: Quirrell. Stone. 3rd floor. Fluffy the dog, Hagrid, loose tongue, check. Nicholas Flamel, overheard, who? Dumbledore, decide when. Then, as he always did before sleep, he wrote the last line the way Peggy had once taught him, years and a lifetime ago, at the Stork Club: whoever my enemy is, be the kind of man they do not know how to hate. And with that, Harry Potter turned out his wandlight, and slept. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Mirror's Weight. Hermione went home for Christmas. She did not want to. Her parents had written a stiff, anxious letter from a dental practice in Hampstead saying, "Come back to us, darling, we have not had Christmas without you in 11 years, and Hermione, who had a soldier's developing sense of duty, had folded the letter twice and shown it to Harry without a word. "Go," Harry said. "But, go. They will not know how to ask the questions you would not be able to answer if you stayed. Go and let them have a Christmas. Bring me back a tin of those mints with the foil on. Eat some sugar. Argue with your father about Nicholas Flamel without telling him what you have been actually doing. Come back to me on the 2nd of January with 12 days of being a daughter under your belt." "Yes." She looked at him for a long second. "You sound like my dad," she said. It was not quite an accusation. "I should hope so." She laughed, small and surprised. She went up to the dorm to pack. She wrote out, before she left, a stack of 7 careful index cards on Nicholas Flamel: what was known, what was unknown, what was rumored, what books to look in if Harry could get to the restricted section, and pressed them into his hand at the carriages. He pressed her hand back. She caught the train. The castle, that evening, felt wider and quieter, the way castles do when their tactical planners have gone home for the holiday. Ron stayed. Ron stayed because his parents had decided, with the practical economy that ran the borough, that the family Christmas would be in Romania this year with Charlie and the dragons. Ron had been promised he could come the following summer. Ron, who would not admit it, was happy to be at Hogwarts. Hogwarts at Christmas, even Ron's older brothers conceded, was a thing to see. The castle filled, in the last week of term, with the smell of pine. Hagrid hauled in 12 enormous fir trees and stood them along the walls of the great hall, and the staff decorated them with tiny silver icicles that sang at the touch of a wand. The teachers wandered around with their formal robes on, and Phileas Flitwick, Harry's favorite teacher, after McGonagall, because Flitwick was small, precise, generous, and exactly the sort of officer Harry would have wanted in a unit, produced golden bubbles that smelled like roast chestnuts and distributed them, one for each child, on the last evening before the Exodus. Harry watched the castle empty itself with a quiet attentiveness. He had a list of things to do over Christmas, written in his notebook, and the list had 11 items on it, and the most important one was talk to Dumbledore. He had not yet decided how. Christmas morning arrived with snow halfway up the window panes of Gryffindor Tower and the cold of a winter that had grown teeth. Ron, in the next four-poster, sat up at 6 and gave a sound between a yelp and a sob. The end of his bed had a small hill of presents on it. Ron had never had a small hill of presents at the end of his bed in his life. Harry. 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 Look. Harry, who had been awake since 5 and reading by wandlight, looked up. The end of his own bed was, for the first time in either of his lives, occupied. There was a crooked parcel on top, a sweater, the same maroon as Ron's, knitted with a large gold H across the chest, and underneath it a tin of fudge, a thumb-sized wooden flute carved by Hagrid, 2 parcels of honeydew sweets the twins had clearly stolen on his behalf, and at the very bottom a long, soft package wrapped in brown paper with no card. Harry sat very still for a second. He set down the book. He picked up the long soft parcel. It weighed nothing. It moved like water under his hand. He undid the string with the careful, patient fingers of a man defusing a grenade, not because he expected a grenade, but because some part of him, the older part, the part that had been 28 in 1944, had recognized the weight and the slip of the cloth before his eyes had told him what they were looking at. "Harry," said Ron, "what is that?" Harry pulled it out, and the cloth poured over his arm like an unbroken sheet of evening water, and his arm was gone. Ron made a sound that was not, quite, a word. "Cloak," said Harry. He spoke as if naming a thing aloud was the only way to be sure it was real. "Invisibility cloak. They're worth, Harry, those are priceless." "Yes. Who'd give you a—" There was a small note at the bottom of the parcel. Harry had not seen it. He saw it now. It was on a square of plain white paper, in a tight, neat hand he had never seen before, and the hand belonged, beyond any possible question, to his father. He knew it the way he had known the weight of the cloak before his eyes had focused. The Steve part of him knew handwriting the way another man knew a brother's voice in the dark. He had spent 4 years in a unit where letters from home were the only thing keeping the men sane, and he had read enough handwriting in enough firelights to know a hand when he saw one. He had never, in either of his lives, seen this handwriting before. He knew, all the same, who it belonged to. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you." There was no signature. Harry sat for a long second with the cloak across his lap and the paper between his fingers, and he closed his eyes and let the soldier in him have a moment to do the small, important work of mourning a man he had not had time to know in either life. Ron, sensibly, did not speak. After a moment Harry opened his eyes. He looked at Ron. He smiled. "Well," he said. "That's Christmas." "Yeah," said Ron, who had a similar moment of his own, having just unwrapped the Mrs. Weasley sweater. "Yeah, that's Christmas." They went down to breakfast. They were the only 2 boys in the Gryffindor common room. The castle, Harry estimated, had 10 students in it and 26 staff. He noted, as he passed through the entrance hall, the position of every staff member he could see. He noted that Quirrell was not at breakfast. He filed that. After breakfast they played a long game of chess, which Ron won handily because Ron, despite his other virtues, was a chess player of professional patience. He played gobstones. He read the Quibbler's Christmas edition. He waited for the night. At 11:30 he tucked the cloak under his arm and went out. The castle at night, with no other students in it, was almost a different castle. The torches burned lower. The portraits dozed. The staircases moved less, because there were fewer people for them to move for. Harry, under the cloak, walked the corridors he had been mapping in his notebook and made sure his memory matched the stone. He had not, when he set out, intended to go to the 3rd floor. He went, instead, to the library. He had wanted, since the first week of term, half an hour in the restricted section without Madame Pants looking at him over her spectacles. He had Hermione's 7 index cards in his pocket and an idea of what he was looking for. He found nothing. The restricted section, he realized within 10 minutes, had been salted, the index of books on Nicholas Flamel had been carefully removed from the catalogue, and the books that did mention him, when he opened them, had had their relevant pages pasted over with thick brown paper, expertly enough that an 11-year-old would have missed it. A man who had read counterintelligence reports in 1944 did not. He noted salted in the margin of his own page about flannel and went back out into the corridor. That was where he heard the voices. Filch's voice. And another. A smoother voice, cultured, fast, angry. Harry, under the cloak, set his back against the wall and listened. Told you, Filch, on the 3rd floor, the corridor on the right. I do not care what time of night it is. Did you find anything? Nothing, Professor. Came up clean as a whistle. Snape was there. Was. Came down 2 minutes before I went up. Limping a bit, sir. He's been limping since November, the fool. Tell me, Filch, the footsteps were getting closer. Harry, who did not yet know whose voice the second one was, it had the precision of an educated wizard, but with no pause for breath, no pace, no consonant flexibility, and it raised the hairs on the back of his neck, moved, fast and silent, into a side passage. He waited. The footsteps passed. He looked, from the shadow, at the figure passing. It was Quirrell. It was Quirrell, but it was not Quirrell. Quirrell stuttered. Quirrell stammered. Quirrell, in a corridor at midnight on Christmas Eve, with his turban on his head and Filch beside him, walked with a level shoulder and spoke in a voice an octave lower than the one in his classroom. There was, Harry thought, a fluency to his enemy that he had not yet seen. Information. He waited for the footsteps to die. He stepped out of the side passage. He turned, intending to go back to Gryffindor Tower. He found himself, 3 corridors later, in a part of the castle he did not recognize. He had taken, in the dark, in the cloak, with his brain still rattling on Quirrell, a wrong turn. The corridor he was standing in was wide and high-ceilinged and ended, plainly, in a heavy oak door. He went to the door. He opened it. It was an unused classroom. The desks were stacked along the walls. In the middle of the empty floor stood a tall, ornate mirror, gold-framed, set with claws for feet, the kind of object you put in a pharaoh's tomb to give him something to look at. Across the top of the frame, written in a curly script that did not, at first, make sense, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi Harry slowed. He had read enough notes from old British codebreakers in 1943, Peggy had brought one of them to a Stork Club party once, a thin man with a bow tie who had let Steve buy him a drink and had told him in a small grateful voice that codes were just seeing the same thing the other way round, to read the script in the second after he had seen it. I show not your face but your heart's desire. He did not, at once, look in the mirror. He stood for 10 seconds in the doorway and considered. This was a trap. Either it was a trap or it was the kind of object that made traps unnecessary. A mirror that promised to show your heart's desire was a thing a careful enemy left where careful enemies' enemies would find it. A man who had read enough Alan Dulles in 1944, Steve had known Dulles, a little, quiet, calm, hated war so much it had made him good at it, would have left such a mirror in a quiet corner with an invisibility cloak placed conveniently in the right hands. Harry stood for one more second. Then he stepped inside the room. Then he closed the door behind him. Then, in the spirit of a man performing a controlled exposure, he walked across the empty floor and stopped 6 feet in front of the mirror, and he looked. The boy in the mirror was Harry Potter, 11 years old, scarred, thin, freckles on his nose he had not noticed before, and behind the boy stood a tall man and a tall woman. The man was lean, smiling, with hair that stood up at the back the way Harry's did. He had James Potter's nose and James Potter's chin and James Potter's hand on the boy's right shoulder. Lily Evans, behind the boy, was small and red-haired and her eyes were Harry's eyes, and she had her hand on the boy's left shoulder, and she was not smiling. She was looking at him with a soft, fierce, here-you-are expression that the Harry part of him broke against in a second. He swallowed. He had been prepared, rationally, for this. He had not been prepared, in the body, for it. He was 11 years old in the body, and the body, 11 years old, started to cry. He let it. He looked through the wet at the mirror. Behind James, behind Lily, the old life began to fill in. Bucky was first. He was leaning against an invisible wall with his cap in his hand and the sleeve of his uniform rolled up to the elbow, and he was grinning the grin Harry had not seen since Azano. Beside him, Peggy. Peggy was in red, the way she had been the day she had first come to the camp. Beside Peggy, Dum-Dum, his bowler hat at the back of his head, Gabe Jones, Jim Morita, Fallsworth, Dernier with a cigarette he was not lighting. Behind them, Harry blinked the tears away. Behind them, in the long fading line of a barracks photograph, was Steve Rogers, 26, in dress uniform, and Steve was looking at the boy in the mirror with the small grave look of a man passing his shield to his son. He had Harry's eyes. He had Lily's eyes. He had, with a little internal dislocation, like a joint going back into a socket, Harry's exact eyes. Two families. Two complete, separate, fully present families, layered into each other, and the boy in the middle held both of them by the hand, and behind every face was a person who loved him, and not one of them was alive. He let his shoulders drop. He sat down on the cold flagstones of the unused classroom in front of the mirror of Eriste. He drew his knees up. He looked at the people in the mirror until his eyes had run dry. He looked at his mother for a long time. He looked at his father. He looked at Bucky last. After a while he wiped his face with the back of his hand and said, aloud, to the empty room, "All right. I see what you're for. Thank you." He sat there for another long minute. Then he rose to his feet. "Headmaster," he said, to the room, with a small, plain courtesy. "I think you would like to hear what I have to say." There was a long pause. A door opened somewhere behind him. Light footsteps crossed the flagstones. A man's shadow lay down in the candlelight beside his own. "How did you know I was here, Mr. Potter?" The voice was old, kind, very tired, and not at all surprised. "I didn't, sir. I made a guess. I wagered that a mirror like this in a school like this had been put there by you, and that you would not put it there for me to find without coming, sometime tonight, to see what I had made of it. A reasonable wager." Harry turned. Albus Dumbledore was standing 6 feet behind him, in a midnight blue dressing gown that seemed to have its own constellations along the hem, with no spectacles on his nose this evening, and the most attentive eyes Harry had seen in this lifetime or his last. "Sir. Sit down with me, please. I should be delighted." Dumbledore folded down to the floor with the ease of a much younger man. He sat cross-legged. He waited. For a long moment they sat together. Outside, snow ticked against the high window. The candles in the unused classroom burned low. The mirror, behind Harry's shoulder, showed two families that did not, in this room, exist. "Sir," Harry said, at last. He did not look at the mirror. "I am going to tell you the truth. I have decided to. I would like, if it is possible, for the truth not to leave this room. You have my word, Mr. Potter." "Good. Then. My name is Harry James Potter. I am the son of Lily and James. I was born on the 31st of July, 1980. I have lived for 11 years and 4 months. I am not, however, only Harry Potter. I know that, Mr. Potter. You have suspected it. You have not known it. Until tonight. That is fair. My name was, before it was Harry Potter, Stephen Grant Rogers. I was born in Brooklyn, New York, on the 4th of July, 1918. I died," he paused, considered his phrasing, "I gave a body up in 1945, in the Arctic, in the act of crashing an aircraft into a place where a great many bombs would not detonate over a great many cities. I had no expectation of waking up. I did not, for any time I am able to measure, wake up. The next thing I remember is a green light, and a woman saying my name in a language I had never heard, and being a baby in a house in Godric's Hollow." Dumbledore did not speak. Dumbledore looked at him with the deep, slow attention of a man hearing a thing he has been wondering about for a very long time. I do not have, sir, the power Steve Rogers had. The body that grew that power was not the body I am in now. I have, instead, two sets of memories. I have his training. I have his, I would call it his ethics, but that does not quite cover it. I have a man's practice in a boy's nervous system. I have a soldier's calm in an 11-year-old's hands. I do not, otherwise, have anything magical that another wizard does not. Whatever it is in me that is magic is, in every respect, my mother's gift. The serum, sir, is not in me. I see, said Dumbledore. You have been planning a war, sir. I have known it since November. The corridor on the 3rd floor. The Cerberus. The vault at Gringotts. You are baiting a trap. You expect, sometime this year, to catch a man, or a thing, sir, since I am not yet sure that what is currently using Quirinus Quirrell is, strictly speaking, a man. I am asking you, sir, as a soldier asks his commanding officer, to give me my mission. He stopped. He sat. He waited. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. The candle flame in the wall sconce above them drew down, came back up, drew down again. The mirror, behind Harry's shoulder, kept showing what it kept showing. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said, eventually, I am going to do something I have not done in 50 years. Sir. I am going to tell you, said Dumbledore, slowly, I do not have the right to ask of you what I am going to ask. And I am going to ask it anyway. I am here, sir. Yes, Mr. Potter. I see that you are. I had, the old man passed a hand across his face, I had prepared this year to set a series of traps for a thing that has not, I think, been gone since 1981. I have laid down a Cerberus and a devil's snare and a chess set and, he waved a hand, a number of further obstacles. It has been a slow, careful test of the boy I thought you were. I was not going to allow you to die in the attempt. I was going to allow you, however, the chance to grow up by stepping over the edge of a small, controlled cliff. I assumed. Yes. You did. The trouble, Mr. Potter, is that I had constructed the test for a specific student. A frightened, courageous, decent boy with no idea what was in his head. I was going to use the test, the old man paused, with the small fastidious carefulness of a man who knew exactly how bad his own confession was, to determine, at the end of his first year, whether I could afford to tell that boy the truth about the prophecy that had been made over his cot before he was born. I was, in short, planning to use you, Mr. Potter, until you were ready to be told what you were. Yes, sir. You had worked that out. In broad outline. Of course you had. It is what I would have done in your shoes, sir. I am not angry with you for it. Dumbledore put his face in his hands for the count of 3 breaths. When he took them away, his eyes were very bright. Mr. Potter, he said. If you are willing, and only if, I should like to redesign the test. I should like to redesign it with the man I am now talking to. Not the boy I was preparing to test. I should like, for once in my long, vain life, to do this honestly. Will you let me? Yes, sir. Will you accept that I will, in the next 6 months, ask you to do things a man should not have to ask a boy to do? I have been asked worse, sir. By whom? Harry looked at him. He smiled, small, grim, with a memory in it. By myself, sir. Mostly. From time to time the United States Army. Dumbledore laughed. It was a small, surprised, tired laugh. It belonged in this room. Mr. Potter. Sir. Tell me what you need. 3 things, sir. Yes. The first. I should like access to the restricted section of the library. The shelves marked Defense Against the Dark Arts, the shelves marked Magical Combat, and the file you have moved on Nicholas Flamel, without paper covers on the relevant pages. Granted. The second. I should like a place in this castle where I can train, daily, for an hour, with a wand and without any other student or staff member observing me. I will be discreet about it. I will not damage anything. I will not reveal what I do. There is a room on the 7th floor I should like to introduce you to. It will provide what you need. I shall give you the instructions to find it after Christmas. Thank you. The 3rd. Yes. I should like, when the time comes, sir, for you to trust me. Not the way you trust a clever student. The way you trust a colleague. The way you used, sir, to trust Alastor Moody. Dumbledore's face went still for a beat. Then he said, You have read about Alastor. I have heard about Alastor. Hagrid mentioned him, in passing, at Diagon Alley. I made inquiries. Yes. Of course. Mr. Potter, you have my word. As a colleague. Then we have a deal, sir. We have a deal, Mr. Potter. They sat for another long minute together in front of the mirror. Outside, the snow had stopped ticking against the windowpane and was, instead, simply settling, as snow settles in the small hours of a Christmas night. The candles burned lower. Dumbledore, at length, folded his hands together and looked across at the boy beside him with an expression that combined the apology of a man and the relief of an officer who has, at last, found a junior who can do the work he was hoping not to have to do alone. Mr. Potter, he said. May I ask you one personal question? Yes, sir. What did you see in the mirror? Harry did not answer at once. I saw, he said, 2 families I do not have. One in a wartime America I have not seen for 80 years. One in a cottage in Godric's Hollow. A tall man with my hair. A small woman with my eyes. A friend in a uniform. A woman in red. Officers. Some of them are dead. All of them are dead. They were standing behind me, holding the boy in the mirror by the shoulders. I stood and looked at them for a long time, sir. He took a small breath, I am very glad I did. And I will not, sir, look in this mirror again. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. That, Mr. Potter, he said, was the answer of a wiser man than I was at 110. He got to his feet, with that same incongruous lightness. He put his hand briefly, very lightly, on Harry's shoulder. I shall remove the mirror tomorrow, he said. You have a use for the rest of your night? Bed, sir. Good. Oh. Mr. Potter. Sir. Happy Christmas. Harry smiled. Happy Christmas, sir. He went out of the unused classroom with the cloak under his arm, and in his head, for the first time in either of his lives, he was carrying a flag he had not yet decided which side of the wall to fly from. He went up the stairs to Gryffindor Tower and into the dorm and lay down and did not sleep at once. He let himself remember, for a long final minute, what he had seen in the mirror. He let his mother smile at him. He let Peggy lean against his shoulder. He let Bucky punch him gently in the arm. He said thank you to all of them, in the dark, the way a soldier says thank you to the dead before he closes the album. Then he slept. The room of requirement, when Dumbledore's note finally guided him to it on the 2nd of January, opened off the 7th floor corridor with the patient quiet of a door that had been standing in its place since the building had been raised. Harry, on the first day, asked it for a place to train without being seen. It gave him a long room with a wooden floor, a rack of practice wands at one end, a row of training dummies along one wall, and a mirror, a plain mirror, this time, with no script on it, on the far end. The room had a subtle warmth to it. The room knew, somehow, what a training space ought to be. He did not ask how. He spent the first afternoon walking the perimeter and counting paces. He spent the second afternoon learning to Lumos without speaking, Nox without speaking, Wingardium Leviosa without speaking. None of these were, technically, things a first year was supposed to be able to do. He did them, after an hour, for a full minute without dropping concentration. By the end of the week he was practicing the disarming charm, Expelliarmus, also not a first-year spell, on a training dummy at the end of the hall. By the end of the second week he could do it, silently, in mid-stride, off either hand. He knew, even as he did it, that none of this was enough. He would need, he thought, a real fight. Not a controlled exposure. Not a training dummy. Not a troll on a corridor floor that was, if he were honest, half stunned by the time he had reached it. He would need, before the year was out, a man to fight against. He had, he suspected, less time than he wanted to be ready. By the end of the third week he had begun to ask the room for harder things. He had asked, on the Tuesday, for an opponent. The room had given him a slim, faceless figure of pale grey light, a foot taller than he was, that moved and parried like a competent dueler and that did not, could not, actually injure him. Harry fought it for an hour. He lost the first fight in 9 seconds. He lost the second in 12. He lost the fourth in 20. By the end of the hour he was lasting 30 seconds at a time and finishing each fight on the floor with his wand 4 paces away from him. He picked the wand up. He went back to the center of the room. He saluted the figure. He did it again. By the end of the 5th week he was beating the figure twice in 3. He had asked, on a Thursday, for the room to teach him how a killing curse felt in the air. The room had refused. The room had, instead, produced a small wooden cabinet at his elbow with a handwritten note on it in Dumbledore's hand that said, "Mr. Potter, there are some things this room will not, by my old request, simulate." Harry had bowed, very slightly, to the cabinet, and he had gone on with the rest of his hour. He had brought Ron in on the second Wednesday after Christmas, and Hermione's tin of cards on Nicholas Flamel, which had finally, after Hermione's sustained search of the book in the home library of the one dentist's house in Hampstead that had a wizarding alchemist's biography in it for reasons no one could ever satisfactorily explain, produced the name and the words "the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone, an alchemical substance that produces gold from any metal, and grants its owner the elixir of life." "That's what's in the corridor," said Ron, looking at the card. "Yes," said Harry. "That's what Quirrell's after." "Yes." "Voldemort wants the elixir," said Hermione. "Yes." "Why would Dumbledore, bait," said Harry. "The stone is not, I think, in Vault 713 anymore. It is somewhere in the third-floor corridor, hidden behind a series of obstacles. Each obstacle is a test. The test is for somebody. The somebody is," he lifted the card up to the candlelight, "either Voldemort, or me. He has not, I think, decided yet." Ron stared at him. "You're saying, Dumbledore's letting Voldemort try to steal the stone, so what, so we can take the credit for stopping it?" "No, Ron. He's letting Voldemort try because he means to find out what Voldemort is, before Voldemort comes back at full strength and finds out what we are. And you are going to let him." "I am going to do better than let him. I am going to be the man waiting at the end of the corridor when Voldemort comes through. Are either of you going to argue with me?" There was a pause. "I'm not," said Hermione, very quietly. "Nor I," said Ron. "Good. Then," Harry put the card down, "we have until the spring. 6 months, if we are lucky. 3, if we are not. We are going to spend it learning everything every other first year is learning, and we are going to spend the evenings learning what no first year is supposed to learn yet. I am going to teach you both Expelliarmus. I am going to teach Ron Wingardium with a moving target. I am going to teach Hermione the shield charm, because I have read 3 pages of an unauthorized book that says she will be very good at it. We are going to start tonight. Ron. Hermione. Are you with me?" He had asked the question in the only way it could decently be asked. He had not asked it as if the answer were obvious. He had not asked it as if either of them owed him the answer. He had asked it as a man asks 2 new privates whether they will follow him into a field where he is not sure of the ground. Ron sat up. "Mate," he said. If you are walking into the third-floor corridor in the spring, then I am walking in beside you. Even if the dog eats my best leg. Especially if the dog eats my best leg. I have got a spare. Hermione, for the second time in her life, blushed. I have not, she said, ever, done anything actually brave, Harry. Until last term I had not, but I will. I will. Yes. Then, said Harry, we begin tonight. And so that night, in the room of requirement, 3 11-year-olds began the work. Hermione picked up the shield charm in 3 days, which was, the room confirmed without being asked, 3 weeks ahead of the standard rate for the spell at any age. By the end of the first month she could put up a shield around herself the size and brightness of a small dinner plate, and she could hold it for as long as Harry could throw spells at it. Ron, who had grown up degonoming a garden with a wand stuck through his belt, could throw a stunner at the end of the first week and a disarming charm at the end of the second, and he was, to his own complete surprise, quietly excellent at the levitation spell on a moving target. He had levitated a knight off the chessboard in his second hour and been so proud of himself that he had not, immediately, been able to put it back. Harry, meanwhile, did the slow private work that had to be done on his own. He had an hour with the faceless jeweler in the morning. He had an hour reading in the restricted section in the evening, the cards on flannel and the books Dumbledore had unsealed for him spread out around him in the soft golden light of the librarian's lamp. He had a half-hour, every night before bed, sitting cross-legged with his wand across his knees, doing nothing, listening for the quiet thing in him that had moved a kitchen knife at 5 and a snake's glass at 11, and learning, with patience, to call it on his own. By the 3rd week of January, he could call a flame to his fingertips with a closed fist. By the 4th, he could do it with his hand in his pocket. By the 5th, he could do it without a wand at all, which was, according to his readings, supposed to be impossible for a wizard of any age. He did not, by long and trained habit, tell anyone. When Hermione, on the last Friday of January, said, Harry, if it comes to a fight, if Voldemort is there, what happens? He answered her with the truth that the Steve part of him had decided on the long ride back from Diagon Alley in September. I will go, he said. I will not run. I will not give him what he wants. I will buy you the time you need, and I will buy Dumbledore the information he needs, and if it costs me a body, well, I have given a body up before. I do not expect to enjoy it. But I am the one of the 3 of us who has done it. So I am the one who will. Hermione opened her mouth. She closed it. She nodded once, because she had not, in 2 months, found a way to argue with him on a thing that mattered, and she did not, in this hour, propose to find one. Ron put his hand on Harry's shoulder. Mate, he said. I'll keep him in chess long enough for you to win, if it comes to it. Harry smiled. You have me, Ron, slightly worried, he said. But also, slightly relieved. By the end of January Hermione had pressed into his hand a tin of mints he had not quite finished by the start of February, and a stack of fresh cards she had been writing late at night, and the 3 of them had a routine. Harry said, very quietly, the next morning over breakfast, I have spoken to Dumbledore. We have an arrangement. The pace is going to pick up. Hermione looked at him. All right, she said. Tell us what to do. Ron, beside her, did not say anything. Ron, increasingly, did not need to. The 3 of them went down to dinner together. Outside, the snow on the lawns was still deep and bright in the lantern light, and high in the headmaster's tower a small light burned that did not, at first, go out, and Albus Dumbledore stood at his window with a glass of something he was not going to drink and watched a small dark figure cross the courtyard with 2 friends at his shoulders, and he said, very softly, to the empty room, Forgive me, Lily. Then he turned, and he went back to his desk, and he took out a fresh sheet of paper, and he began to redesign a test. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, Know Your Enemy. February came in with a thaw, and the thaw came in with rain, and the rain came in with the news, on a Thursday, that Norbert the dragon was the size of a Welsh pony and had bitten Hagrid through the sleeve of his coat the night before. This was not, Harry made the careful note in his book, with the corner of his quill, on the morning he received it, operationally relevant. It was, however, an avenue of intelligence on Hagrid, and any avenue was worth keeping clear. He went down with Ron and Hermione the next afternoon under the guise of bringing Hagrid a tin of pasties Mrs. Weasley had sent. Hagrid, looking as if he had not slept since Christmas, opened the door with his arm in a sling. "Hagrid," said Hermione, in the firm voice she had perfected over a long January, "you cannot keep a dragon. He's only little, he is the size of a Welsh pony, Hagrid. He will be the size of a horse by Easter and a small house by Whitsun. You cannot keep him in a wooden hut." Hagrid's face crumpled and Hermione's face went, for a moment, the small soft shape of someone who had not, in fact, intended to be cruel. Harry, very quietly, took over. "Hagrid. Charlie Weasley is in Romania with a colony. Ron is going to write to him tonight. Charlie will arrange to take Norbert at the end of the week. We will help you smuggle him out. You will lose nothing, except a great deal of stress, and Norbert will live." "Yes." Hagrid sniffed. Hagrid nodded. Hagrid produced, from a tin on the windowsill, 4 mugs and a kettle, and the 4 of them sat at his vast wooden table while Norbert, who was a sort of glossy black with bronze lights in his scales, and was, Harry had to admit, magnificent in the way young dangerous things are magnificent, stalked around in a wooden crate by the fireplace. "Hagrid," said Harry, after a pause. "What did you give Quirrell?" Hagrid's mug stopped halfway to his mouth. What did I, Harry? I haven't given Quirrell, he was in here last week. Filch told me. He was talking to you about Norbert. Was he?" Hagrid's eyes went somewhere over the kettle. Yeah, all right, he was. Stranger came into the village last month, played me at cards in the pub, knew about dragons, gave me Norbert's egg. I didn't know who he was. Cloak up. Hood up. Drank a fair bit. Asked me about Fluffy. And you told him? Yeah. I told him. Look, Harry, the man just wanted to chat. What did you tell him about Fluffy, Hagrid? Hagrid swallowed. That if ye play him a bit of music he goes ter sleep. There was a small silence at the table. All right, said Harry, in the gentle voice he had been using for 2 minutes, thank you, Hagrid. That was useful. I am not angry with you. The man you played cards with has been here looking for the way past the dog for some months now. You have given me a peace I did not have. I am grateful. Hagrid's face sagged. I'll go to Dumbledore, he said. I'll tell him. He will already know, said Harry, by tomorrow morning. I will be telling him myself before sunset. Hagrid. We are going to get Norbert out. We are going to get the dragon to Charlie. We are going to make sure no one finds out it was you. Yes. You will be all right. Hagrid nodded. Hagrid wiped his eyes with the back of an arm the size of a leg of beef. You're a good lad, Harry. Said Harry. He drank his tea. The dragon ran on the next Saturday at midnight, on the back of 2 Romanian wizards who had been Charlie's friends in Bucharest and who climbed up onto the highest tower of Hogwarts in the dark in a cargo harness that would not have looked out of place on a goods barge. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, under the cloak, 3 of them was a tight fit, and Hermione's knee, in particular, kept showing, got Norbert into the harness without anyone in the school noticing. The Romanians, with a salute, lifted off into the dark. They were halfway back down the spiral stair when Filch came out of a side passage with a lantern. Harry, who had been 3 paces ahead, did the necessary thing. He pushed Ron and Hermione gently against the wall and stepped, alone and uncloaked, out into Filch's lantern light. Mr. Filch, he said, politely. I'm sorry I'm out after curfew. I needed air. I lost track of time. Filch's eyes went bright with the joy of a custodian who has caught a Potter at something he has never been caught at before. Out of bed at midnight, Potter. Astronomy Tower. Filch will tell, Mr. Filch, said Harry, with the same level courtesy, lead the way. He gave Hermione, behind him, the tiniest possible nod. The cloak rustled, very quietly, against the stair rail. He did not look back. Filch took him by the shoulder and marched him down to McGonagall's office, and Filch, and Harry, stood, in their respective ways of standing, while McGonagall, woken at midnight and severely unhappy, glared across her desk. Mr. Potter. Professor. This will cost Gryffindor 50 points, and a detention for you. With Mr. Filch. Yes, Professor. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. Where, precisely, were you? He met her eye. Walking, Professor. I lost track of time. She held his gaze. He held hers. She knew. He could see, in the particular quality of her gaze, that she knew. She did not, quite, know what. But she knew that the boy in front of her had not been walking and had not lost track of time, and she knew, also, that he was not going to tell her. Detention, Mr. Potter, she said. Tomorrow night. With Mr. Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest. He has work that requires light hands. Thank you, Professor. Thank me. For not making it worse than it needs to be, Professor. She paused. She closed her eyes for half a second. She opened them. Get out, Mr. Potter. He got out. In the corridor outside, he gave Filch his most disarming, polite, I am only 11 smile, said, good night, Mr. Filch, and went up the stairs to Gryffindor Tower in the clean, methodical pace of a man who has just successfully extracted his unit from a contact. Snape met him on the Friday afternoon by the door of the greenhouses, 2 steps into the rain, with the casual menace of a man who had been waiting for him. Potter. Sir. A word. Yes, sir. They walked. Snape did not lead him anywhere in particular. They walked along the edge of the kitchen garden, in the cold rain, with Snape's robe hem dragging in the muddy gravel. I am told, said Snape, after a while, that you have arrangements with the headmaster. Yes, sir. I am told that you intend to be involved in what happens this spring on the 3rd floor. Yes, sir. You are 11. Yes, sir. The headmaster is a fool, Potter. He has always been a fool. He has put a great many cleverer men than himself in early graves through what he is pleased to call his trust. Do you imagine that you are the exception? Harry stopped walking. Snape stopped walking. For a long second they stood in the rain, the smaller, scarred, holly wand-carrying boy and the tall thin black-haired potions master with a dark mark under his sleeve, and they looked at each other the way 2 soldiers look at each other at a checkpoint when neither of them is sure which side the other is on. Sir, said Harry. I do not know exactly what you owe my mother. I know enough. I know that you have been counter-cursing, this year, every spell that has been thrown at me by your colleagues. I know that you watched me on a broom for a full minute on a freezing November morning and that you got fire across your robes for your trouble. I know that if I were standing here today as my father's son and not also as my mother's son, you would not be having this conversation with me at all. I am thanking you, sir. He paused, and then chose to say it, as Lily Evans's son. Snape did not move. The rain came down on his hair, on his shoulders, on the angle of his cheekbone. His eyes, for one full second, did something that was not a sneer and was not contempt and was not anger. He looked tired. Potter, said Snape. Sir. You will not, he had to take a breath, you will not make it through what is in that corridor. I will, sir. You are 11. You cannot. Sir. I am asking you now to do me a favor. Snape blinked. What, Potter? When the time comes, and it will come, and I am the one walking down through those chambers, I would like you, sir, to keep the headmaster in this castle. Whatever it takes. He is going to be drawn out, the day Voldemort comes for the stone. He is going to be drawn out by whatever lie our enemy has set up to draw him out. I would like you, sir, to make sure that he is not drawn so far out that he cannot get back in time. I am not asking you to fight in my place. I am asking you to keep our flank open. Snape stared at him. You want me, Snape's lip curled, to be your rear guard. I want you to be a rear guard, sir. I do not own you. I am asking, on behalf of your old friend, who I have her face and her eyes and a small part of her sense, sir, that you do me this favor. There was the longest pause of the conversation. Snape's hand, which had been at his side, twitched, and did not, quite, rise. Then he said, in a voice that surprised him as much as it surprised Harry, "Very well, Potter. Thank you, sir." Do not, Snape's voice was clipped, the formal sneer back in place by force, do not make a habit of asking me favors. I do not give them twice. No, sir. And, Potter. Sir. If you survive what is in that corridor, I shall expect a passable polyjuice in your second year. I am tired of fishing it out of the bottom of your yearmates' failures. Yes, sir. Snape turned on his heel and walked away through the rain, his robes sweeping the wet gravel, and Harry stood for a moment under the eaves of the greenhouse and watched him go, and he understood, with a small clear precision, that he had just made an alliance. The detention with Hagrid was on the night after the rain, with a ground mist coming up from the forbidden forest like a slow grey breath. Hagrid came up to the entrance hall with his crossbow and Fong the boarhound and one of the worst expressions Harry had ever seen on him. "Something's killin' the unicorns," Hagrid said. "Been bleedin' fair weeks. We're lookin' ferret." Harry did not point out that taking a child into a forest at night to hunt a thing that was killing apex magical herbivores was, by any standard he had met in either life, an act bordering on neglect. He had been put in worse places by superiors with worse intentions. He had also, this evening, taken with him in his pocket, against the rule, his wand, the holly wand with its phoenix feather, which had, since Christmas, not slept further than 6 inches from his hand. Filch had also, against the rules, marshaled the detention. Draco Malfoy, in for whatever trivial rule-breaking had finally caught up with him, was the third member of the party. Harry had counted Draco at the start of the queue and made the small adjustment. Draco was a non-combatant. Draco was, however, brave when his vanity required him to be, and tonight his vanity would have to do. They went into the forest. They took the western fork. Hagrid put Harry and Fong and Draco on the eastern with a lantern, against Harry's better judgment. "Oi, Hagrid," Draco said, the moment Hagrid was out of earshot. "If something attacks us, what do we do?" "Run," said Harry, levelly. "Stay close. The dog stays with me." "Why with you?" "Because the dog will follow whoever does not panic." "I won't panic, Potter." "Then walk where I walk and we will see." They walked. 20 minutes in, Fong, who had been a distinctly cheerful animal all evening, went still beside Harry's leg. Harry stopped. He put his hand on the boarhound's collar. He listened. A clearing, 10 paces ahead, just past the next bend in the path. Mist. The smell of crushed mint where something heavy had walked through a patch of it. The smell, Harry's nostrils flared, of fresh blood. Silver blood. The Steve part of him had not smelled silver before. The Harry part of him had, in dreams. He drew the wand. "Draco," he said, very quietly, "in the next 30 seconds I am going to ask you to do something. You will do it without arguing." "Yes." "What, yes or no?" "Why yes. When I say go, you turn round, you take the lantern, you run back along this path until you see Hagrid's lantern, and you do not look behind you." "Yes." "Yes." "Good." Harry let go of the dog's collar. He moved forward slow, his feet placed in the print of his last step before he lifted them, the way Steve had taught a young Bucky Barnes in a barracks gym in 1942. He came around the bend. The unicorn lay on the moss in the center of a small clearing, very white against the dark. Its throat had been opened. Silver blood pooled around its head, bright as moonlight on a river. Crouched over it, in a long black robe with a hood up, was a figure. The figure had its mouth at the wound. Harry had seen, in his life, many things. He had seen a man's face dissolve into its component colors under the hands of the Red Skull. He had seen Hydra goons crawl out of bunkers at 3 a.m. with mouths that did not, quite, work like mouths. He had seen Bucky's hand vanish inside a glove at the rim of a frozen ravine. He had not, before tonight, seen the thing he was looking at. The hooded figure raised its head. The lantern light, behind Harry, caught it. The face under the hood was wet with silver blood. The eyes were not eyes. They were two narrow vertical slits in a face that had once been a face and was now an extrusion of something that had stopped being human a long time ago. It saw him. It hissed. Behind Harry, Draco said "Oh," and turned, and ran. The lantern bobbed away at speed back along the path. Good lad. The figure rose to its full height, 8 feet in the hood, leaner than a man, and came toward him. Harry did not back up. Backing up was for boys. Backing up was for boys who had not had 80 years of practice. He moved sideways. He moved sideways across the clearing the way Peggy had once taught him to move sideways across a dance floor, putting the figure between him and the heavy fallen branch of a yew at his 9 o'clock. His mind had gone, in the 4 seconds since he had seen the face, completely cold. He named what he was looking at. Voldemort, he said to himself, or what is left of him without the body. Drinking unicorn blood, which by Hermione's cards keeps him alive at the cost of a half-life. Currently incarnated in or carried by Quirrell. Quirrell, however, is not present. The body is feeding directly. The host has been left at the castle. The thing in front of me is Voldemort thinly veiled. It opened its mouth. It said, in a voice that came out of the trees as much as out of the figure, "Harry Potter. Do not run." "I'm not running," said Harry, conversationally. "I'm circling." It hissed. "You move like a man. Where did you learn to move like a man?" "You'll never know," said Harry, and he picked the moment. He hit the fallen yew branch with a Wingardium Leviosa and slammed the splintered end up into the figure's chin. The figure jerked backward. The yew broke. The figure was on him in an instant, a long, cold hand closing on his shoulder. Harry, with the smooth twist Peggy had drilled into him, ducked under the arm, snapped the wand at the carpet of fallen leaves and barked incendio. The leaves caught. Smoke went up between them. The figure shrieked. It hated the fire. Of course it hated the fire, a thing with no body and no warmth would hate fire most of all. Harry circled in the smoke. He did the one thing he had been training for, on his knees, in the dark of the cupboard, since he had been 6, he reached into the older, quiet part of himself and let the heat in his chest run down his arm and into his open palm. His hand caught. It was not a flame. It was a steady, golden glow, as if someone had stood a candle inside his bones. It did not hurt. It made the skin of his forearm too bright to look at. He stepped through the smoke. He hit the figure in the center of the chest with his open, burning hand. The figure screamed. The scream went on a long time. It was not, Harry registered, with the clinical part of him, a sound a body made. It was a sound a soul made. The figure went up in a column of black smoke that streamed away through the canopy. Where it had stood, the unicorn, already dead, lay on the moss, with the silver pool around its head shining. Harry stood for 1 second. He let the glow in his hand die down. He turned, fast. A hoof in the mist. Another. A great brown body coming down the path at a half-canter. A centaur reared up out of the dark, a tall figure, Palomino, with a star-pale mane, and stopped on his hindquarters in the clearing. The centaur looked at Harry. The centaur looked at the unicorn. The centaur looked at the trail of black smoke disappearing into the canopy. The centaur, when he looked back at Harry, had wide eyes. "You are the Potter boy." "Yes." "You did that." "Yes." "With your hand." "Yes." The centaur stared. After a long moment, he said, "I am Firenze. Harry Potter. Pleased to meet you. You are bleeding." Harry looked down. There was a long shallow cut on the back of his one hand he had not noticed. A scratch from the U, perhaps. He shrugged. He pressed his thumb to it. He looked back up. Firenze stared at him a moment longer. Then he reached out a long hand, human-like, brown, calm, and touched Harry on the center of the forehead. The touch was warm. "Mars is bright tonight, Harry Potter." "I noticed." "You should not have noticed." "I noticed because I have noticed Mars before, in another sky." "Firenze. May I ask you something?" "Yes." "Why did you come?" "Because for 2 months we have watched a star out of its constellation, Harry Potter. We did not, until tonight, know which star it was. Now we do. You are not yet what you will be. But we have decided, in the herd, that you will live. Get on my back. I will take you to Hagrid." Harry, who, in 2 lifetimes, had never ridden a centaur, did the polite thing and got on. He did not look back at the body of the unicorn. The figure was gone for tonight. The unicorn was past help. He would send Hagrid back for the body. He would send Hagrid back, also, with careful instructions about not telling anyone who had not been in the clearing. Firenze cantered through the dark. The forest passed. Harry held loose in the ribs the way you held a horse you trusted. Behind him, very quietly, Firenze said, "Harry Potter." "Yes." "Why does the center of you smell of 2 souls?" Harry sat with that for a long moment. "Because the center of me," he said, "eventually, is 2 souls. Will the herd hold that against me?" "No, Harry Potter. The herd will hold it for you. In the hour you need us, we will come. Thank you, Firenze. Mars is bright tonight." "It is. I think there is going to be a great deal of bright Mars in the next month." "Yes, Harry Potter. We think so too." When they got out of the forest, Hagrid was waiting at the stile with his crossbow across his arm and his hair on end. Draco was sitting on the stile with his knees pulled up to his chest and his face about the color of porridge. Hagrid took one look at Firenze, one at Harry, one at the cut on Harry's hand, and started forward, but Firenze raised a palm, very calmly, and Hagrid stopped. "He is whole," said Firenze. "He has done a thing tonight that should be written down." "What thing?" said Hagrid. "A thing for the headmaster to be told." "All right," said Hagrid, slowly, looking from one to the other. "All right. I'll take him up." Harry slid off Firenze's back. He looked up at the centaur. "I won't forget." "No. You will not." Firenze inclined his star-pale head, turned, and went back into the dark. Hagrid took Harry by the shoulder. Hagrid's hand was shaking. Hagrid said, "Harry, what, at the castle, Hagrid? Not on the path." "All right." They walked. Draco walked behind them at a distance, not speaking, and when they got to the steps Draco peeled off without a word and went up to his dorm. He did not look at Harry. He did not look at Hagrid. He went up the stairs the way a boy goes up the stairs when he has just found out, in a clearing in the dark, that the world is bigger and worse and more dangerous than his father has let on. In the entrance hall, Hagrid stopped. Hagrid said, in the smallest voice Harry had ever heard him use, "Harry. What was the thing in the forest?" "You know what it was, Hagrid." "Yeah," said the name in the hut on the rock, Harry. "Yeah," said it like it was an ordinary name. "I will say it again, Hagrid. Voldemort. He is alive." He is, half alive. He is being kept alive by Quirrell and by unicorn blood and, I think, by something else, in that corridor on the 3rd floor. He has been waiting 9 months for a chance at it. He is, I think, going to take that chance soon. Before the term ends. Probably while Dumbledore is out of the castle. Out of the castle. Yes, Hagrid. They will get him out. The bait will be too good to refuse. They will know which buttons to press. Watch for the day Dumbledore is summoned to the Ministry on something urgent. That will be the day. Hagrid was very pale. I'll tell, yes. Tell Dumbledore everything I have just told you. Word for word. I will tell him myself, but it will help if he hears it from 2 of us. Now go. I'll go up to bed. Hagrid hesitated for a long second. Then he reached out and put a single huge gentle hand on top of Harry's head, the way a father puts his hand on a small son's head when the son has gone out further than the father can follow. You're not a normal boy, Harry. No, Hagrid. I noticed. I know. All right, Harry. Good night, Hagrid. He went up the stairs to Gryffindor Tower with the cut on his hand bleeding very slowly, and he stopped, halfway up the spiral staircase, and he looked out the narrow window at Mars rising over the mountains, very bright and very red. He smiled. All right, he said, to nobody in particular. All right. We are doing this. Dumbledore was standing at the top of the next landing. The old man was in a plain dressing gown again. He had heard the outer door open, Harry supposed, or the stair tell him somebody was coming up. His face was, for the first time Harry had seen, not quite composed. Mr. Potter. Headmaster. I was coming to find you. So I see. Hagrid. He will be up in the morning. I thought you might like it from me first. Quite. Come into my office for a moment, please. They went. The gargoyle opened for Dumbledore without a password. Harry, who made a quiet professional note of that, followed the old man up. Fawkes, on his perch, made a low, musical sound of recognition when he saw Harry, which Harry returned with a small bow. Mr. Potter. Sit. Tell me. Harry told him. He told him the whole of it, the track through the mist, the clearing, the figure, the smell of the blood, the burning hand, the centaur, the conversation. He left nothing out except Snape. He had promised Snape that, and he kept his promises. Dumbledore, as he listened, did not interrupt once. When Harry was done, Dumbledore sat for a long second looking at the point on the desk where his own thin old hands were folded together, and he said, very quietly, Mr. Potter. You burned him with your hand. Yes, sir. That is, unusual. I have been practicing, sir. Yes. So have I. A great many years. I cannot do it with an open hand. I need a wand. How long have you been able to do that? Since the 3rd week of January, sir. Sir. I want to ask you a question, and I want an honest answer. You may ask. When will you be called out of the castle? Dumbledore's eyes came up. They were, for a moment, very clear. I do not know, Mr. Potter. Someone has been writing to the Board of Governors for some weeks, on small, plausible pretexts. It is a drumbeat. It will, at some point, become loud enough that I am required to respond. My estimate is a fortnight. Perhaps 3 weeks. Thank you. When it happens, sir, I would ask that you send me an owl. 3 words. Any 3 words. It does not matter what they are. So I know the clock has started. I will do that. Second question. Snape. Dumbledore's eyes, which had been tired, went to something more careful. Mr. Potter. I am not asking you to tell me his history, sir. I am asking you if he is with us. He is with us, Mr. Potter. He has been with us, in his way, since before you were born. I will not say more. He would not thank me for it. No, sir. I have already spoken to him. I wanted your confirmation. Thank you. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. He looked almost amused. You have already spoken to him. Yes, sir. I did not tell him to expect you. No, sir. I went to him. We reached an understanding. Dumbledore, very slowly, started to laugh. It was not a large laugh. It was a quiet laugh. It had the quality of a laugh that a man lets out after a long, long time of not laughing. Mr. Potter, he said. There is not a single part of this that is going the way I had planned, and I am, at this moment, grateful for every part of it. Go to bed. Yes, sir. Good night, Harry. It was the first time Dumbledore had used his first name. Harry, at the door of the office, turned and gave him the tiny inclination of the head he reserved for very serious things. Good night, sir. The fortnight Dumbledore predicted stretched to 19 days. In the 19 days, the training in the room of requirement went from intense to brutal. Hermione mastered the shield charm to a point where Harry could fire Expelliarmus at her with his full intent and watch it spark like water off a hot pan. Ron mastered a moving levitation on 3 small objects at once, which the room conceded was uncommon even at Newt level in the unemotional voice it had started using for Ron's progress. Harry worked with the faceless dueler in the mornings. He was now winning 9 fights in 10, and in the afternoons with the quiet thing in him that did not live in the wand, and by the beginning of the 3rd week he could produce, on demand, enough heat in his palm to set a candle wick 6 inches from his fingers without a word. He was also sleeping less. He had lost a pound he could not afford to lose. Hermione noticed. Hermione, on a Tuesday in the middle of the 3rd week, stopped him at the door of the great hall and said, in the clipped voice she now used when she wanted him to treat her as his equal and not as his subordinate, "Eat your breakfast, Captain." He looked at her. She had not, before this morning, called him Captain. Nor had anyone, in this century. "I will," he said, quietly. "I'm sorry, Hermione." "Don't be sorry. Be eaten." He ate his breakfast. He ate it all. He added, for her benefit, a second kipper. He ate the second kipper. When he was done, she nodded once, as if settling a ledger, and they went into the day's first class. On Friday at dinner he received the owl. It was a ministry owl, post-grade, with a gold chain on its leg. It landed, quite neatly, in the middle of the high table between Dumbledore's plate and the gravy boat. Dumbledore opened it, read it, and did not, in his face, register anything at all. But he caught Harry's eye down the length of the great hall. And, into the napkin across his lap, in a voice Harry could read on his lips from 50 feet away, the headmaster said, "My young friend, go." Harry rose from the Gryffindor table without haste. Hermione, 2 seats down, rose at the same moment. Ron, opposite her, rose at the same moment. The 3 of them, as if they had rehearsed it, which in a way they had, walked out of the great hall together, and behind them, nobody seemed to notice, because Fred and George Weasley had spontaneously set off a whirligig firework in the pudding bowl at the Gryffindor end of the table and the first-year girls were screaming with delight, and it was, in short, a perfectly timed distraction that had not been a coincidence at all. Harry had asked the twins for it on Tuesday. They had, to his quiet pride, asked no questions. Harry, Ron and Hermione walked up the main stairs without speaking. They reached the 3rd-floor corridor landing without speaking. Only at the step before the corridor, the forbidden corridor, the one nobody was supposed to be on, did Harry stop, and turn, and look at them. "Last chance," he said. "No," said Hermione. "No," said Ron. "All right. Ron, you have the harp." Ron produced, from inside his robes, a small wooden harp the twins had stolen for him that afternoon from the music room, with a charm on it that made it play itself for as long as you had wound its key. It was not a thing he would have known how to procure on his own. He had, this month, learnt to procure things. Hermione, flask. She drew it out. Half a pint of clean, cold water, drawn that morning from the kitchens. Potions had 3 sequential tests. If her flannel cards were right, one of them would have involved fire. Water was a small insurance. Both of you. Listen. They listened. We go in. I lead. Ron on my right. Hermione on my left. We take the obstacles in order. Whatever is in the last chamber, whatever I find there, I go alone into it. You hold the outside. The stone does not leave that chamber except with me or, if I am not coming back, with Dumbledore. Do I have your word? You have it. You have it. Good. Ron, wind the harp. Ron wound it. The music started, thin and very old, and seeped, even from behind Ron's ribs, out along the corridor ahead of them. They walked forward. Harry put his hand on the door of the third-floor corridor and turned the handle. The lock, which was not there for any of them but for those who had no right to be here, yielded without a sound to the boy at the front of the column. He pushed the door open. 3 heads turned in the dark. 3 pairs of yellow eyes. 3 enormous jaws with teeth the size of a man's thumb. The Cerberus had already been dozing. It was not asleep yet. The harp was playing. The harp was working. Harry turned briefly to Hermione. He smiled very slightly. Captain to platoon, he said. Into the dark. They went. And high above them, in the tower above the kitchens, 2 old people, McGonagall and Flitwick, summoned by a note scribbled at dinner in Dumbledore's hand that said "Watch, do not interfere, he has his orders," stood at a window and looked down at the cold, bright April stars over Hogwarts, and neither of them spoke, and in the great hall the firework the twins had let off was still showering gold down onto the rafters, and in his own empty office Severus Snape stood by his fireplace with his wand in his hand and did not go back to his quarters, because he had been asked, by a boy he had once promised a mother, to be a rear guard, and that was what he was going to be. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6. The man in the mirror. The trapdoor under the Cerberus's left paw yielded to a sustained heave from Ron and a quick charm from Hermione, and Harry went down first because, by the arithmetic of every unit he had ever led, the point man went first. He landed on something that did not break his fall so much as absorb it. The field was green and damp and moving. Harry, on impact, froze. Harry. Hermione's voice above. Harry, talk to me, devil's snare, he said, very calmly, without moving. Don't struggle. Do not struggle. Ron, come down feet first. Aim for me. The plant wants movement. Hermione, this is yours. What does devil's snare not like? Sunshine, and heat you can do. Light your wand. Lumos solum. Do it from up there. Now, please. She did. A bar of hard gold light speared down through the trapdoor and hit the vine around Harry's knee. The vine shrieked, insofar as plants shriek, and recoiled, and Harry and Ron dropped through it, clean, into the stone passage beneath. Hermione dropped last, the bar of light still on her wand. She extinguished it as she hit, and caught herself neatly on the balls of her feet, and said, a little shakily, "Is everyone both fine?" said Harry. That was beautifully done, Hermione. It was obvious, she said, primly. Professor Sprout teaches us in herbology, it was obvious because you made it obvious. Not everyone would have. He was already moving along the passage. The walls were lit, faintly, by wall torches that seemed to have burst into flame as they arrived, another of Dumbledore's small, careful stage managements. Ron. Hermione. Forward. The next chamber was a high, vaulted space with a heavy oaken door at the far end and a host of small, winged keys swarming around the ceiling in a cloud of bright metal. Harry took it in with a glance. Keys, he said. The door is locked. One of those keys will fit. Brooms. There were 3 broomsticks stacked by the wall. Harry picked the heaviest. Ron picked the next. Hermione, who had spent as much of the last 3 months as she could afford on learning a broom only well enough not to fall off one, picked the last. Hermione, ground. Eyes up. Call the key when you see it. How do I see it? Look for the one that has been caught once. It will have a bent wing. Keys that fit locks on doors like this are the oldest. They will have been here longer. Up, both of you. They took off. Harry, reaching altitude, saw the cloud at the same moment. Hermione, from below, shouted, left of center. Bent wing. I see him. Drive him down. Against the floor. Ron, come high. You're herder. Keep the cloud up and out of his way. Ron obeyed without question. Harry and Hermione, between them, cornered the bent-winged key against the flagstones. Harry caught it left-handed out of the air with a little twist of the wrist. He tossed it at the door. The key, free, flew into the keyhole, and the door groaned open. They went through. And stopped. It was a chessboard the size of a ballroom, and the pieces, black and white, were as tall as a man, and the squares were black and white marble with a dark polish, and at the far end a door stood open onto a stair leading down. Oh, said Ron, faintly. You were going to say that a lot tonight, said Harry. Ron. This is yours. You're better than I am at this. You're better than anyone I know. Choose your squares. Choose our pieces. We play this your way. Ron stared at him. Ron, with the very small, very white face of a boy who was looking at the very large, very solid moment of his life, said, all right. Hermione, the bishop. Harry, the knight. And you? Hermione asked. I'll take the queen's side knight. The White Queen turned her blind, polished head in the direction of Ron's voice. The board began to play. Ron played, in the next 20 minutes, the best game of chess of his 11 years. He played it calmly. He played it with the small, careful economy of a boy who had decided, in the week after Halloween, that he had something to prove to himself before the school year ended, and had decided, on the staircase 10 minutes ago, that this was where he would prove it. He was down a rook and a pawn when he looked across the board at Harry and said, in a voice very nearly level, Harry. I have to sacrifice. No. I do, Harry. The only way to put her in check is for me to take the Black Knight square, and when I do, her move, she takes me. Ron. No. It will not kill me, Harry. It will knock me out. That is the rule. That is, he looked at Hermione. That is what it is. Hermione's eyes filled. She did not speak. Harry, Ron smiled, a small, thin, terrified smile. You said the platoon holds. This is me, holding. Do not argue with me. Please. You will lose time. Harry looked at him for the longest second of his second life. Then he said, in the smallest voice, all right, Ron. All right. I will get her to the infirmary. She will remove the bishop. Yes. That is correct, Mr. Potter, Ron. If you do not wake up, I will come for you. I'll be asleep, Harry. I will still come. Ron grinned, the grin of a boy who had, despite everything, not stopped being a boy for the afternoon, and he nudged the knight forward. The White Queen moved, ponderously, one long diagonal, and took the Black Knight with a ringing blow of her stone arm against Ron's shoulder, and Ron, knocked clean off the square, landed with a clatter on the floor. His hair was gone, his eyes were closed, his breathing was slow and even. Hermione was at his side in 2 steps. Harry, swallowing, took the Black King's position. He moved. He put the White King in check. The game ended. The queen lowered her blind head. "Hermione," said Harry. "Yes. You are better than I am at ingredients, and you are better than I am at memorizing, and you are better than I am at calm under pressure. The potions chamber is next. I need both of us to get through the fire. After, you are going to take Ron to the infirmary." Harry, "No, yes. I am going alone into the last chamber. I will bring the stone out if I can. I will hold the chamber if I cannot. Either way, you go back up, and you get to Madame Pomfrey, and you get Ron awake, and you send the twins to McGonagall, and you do not follow me. Your word." She looked at him. Her lip was trembling. Her eyes were very bright. But she was not, in this moment, crying, because she had, somewhere in the last 4 months, stopped being the girl who cried in a bathroom and become the woman who stood at the edge of a battlefield and watched a friend go forward. "You have my word, Captain." "Good, Granger." They went down into the potions chamber. The riddle on the parchment, propped against the rack of bottles, was fine, careful, well made, the work of Severus Snape. Harry saw at a glance, because the calligraphy was the calligraphy he had seen on the blackboard in September. Hermione took 37 seconds to solve it. She handed the tiny bottle to Harry. "1 swallow. Forward. The others will have to go back through the black fire. I have enough for me." "Good." She looked at him. "Harry," she said. "If you die down there I will never forgive you." He smiled. "If I die down there, I will be genuinely sorry, Hermione." She hugged him. It was a small, fierce, un-Hermione-like hug, and it ended as abruptly as it had begun, and she turned on her heel and went back through the black fire that parted for her at the touch of her bottle. Harry drank his. He stepped forward into the purple flame. The flame parted for him. He went through, and into the last chamber. The last chamber was a high, circular, stone vault with the mirror of Ariste, the mirror, his mirror, relocated from Christmas, standing in the middle of the room. Quirrell stood in front of the mirror. Without the turban. Without the stammer. He turned, slowly, as Harry came forward. Harry saw his face. Harry, at the same moment, saw the face on the back of his head. It was not a face. It was a suggestion of a face. It was the shape of a face pressed against thin skin from the inside. Eyes, a mouth, a nose with slit nostrils. It was the face he had seen, a month ago, in the forest. And the face looked at Harry, and the mouth opened, and Voldemort said, in a voice that came out of Quirrell's throat and went around the room on its own, "Harry Potter. Come forward. Let me see you." Harry came forward. He did not hurry. He did not slow. He stopped 6 paces from the mirror. "You have been busy this year," said Harry. Quirrell laughed. It was not Quirrell's laugh. It was a thin, dry, pleased laugh. Voldemort's. "I have. You are not the boy we were told about, Potter. You are something else, aren't you?" "I am." "What?" "I will not tell you. You burned me in the forest with your hand. I have not been burned in the chest by an open hand for a very long time. Tell me how." "No." "Tell me." "No. I can make you." "You cannot. You do not have the tools. You had them once. You do not now. Show me what you are, in this body, and I will show you what I am." There was a pause. Bold words. "We will see." Quirrell, with the first hint of effort Harry had seen, turned back to the mirror. He looked into it. He said, in his own voice, with an audible strain, "I see myself. I see myself presenting the stone, to my master, but, how do I get it, how, use the boy?" "Why yes, my lord, the boy. Come here, boy. Look into the mirror. Tell me what you see." Harry, very calmly, walked the remaining paces. He stopped beside Quirrell. He looked into the mirror of Eriste. He did not, as he had promised himself, at Christmas, he would not, look at his heart's desire. He looked through. The mirror showed him himself, short, scarred, pale, holding a small blood-red stone in the palm of his right hand. He felt, in the pocket of his jeans, a small heavy object he had not put there. The stone had, in fact, just dropped into his pocket. Dumbledore's trick. Harry, at a deeper level than thought, understood it at once. The mirror showed you what you wanted and yielded what you wanted only to the one who wanted it and did not want to use it. He had wanted it, and not wanted to use it, and so the stone had come to him. He kept his face blank. "What?" said Voldemort, and there was no mistaking the voice now. "Do you see, boy?" "I see myself," said Harry. He gave it one beat, 2, 3. "I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore. He has just taken me on as a staff assistant. I am head boy. He is giving me the house cup. He lies, my lord, I know he lies. Let me speak to him. Turban off. Let me speak to him face to face." Quirrell, with a small obedient spasm, unwound the turban. His head, under it, was bare, bald, bruised. On the back of the skull, pressed against the pale skin from the inside, was the face Harry had already seen. The slit eyes found him. The slit mouth moved. "Harry Potter. Do you know me?" "Yes." "Say the name." "Voldemort." "Good. You are a clever boy, Harry Potter. Give me the stone. Give it to me, and I will give you back your parents. I will give you anything your heart desires. You do not have to fight me. You do not have to be a boy in a corridor. Join me. Stand with me. You are not, are you? You are not, I see it in you, you are not only this child. There are two souls in this body. I know them both. I can smell them both. Who is the other? Tell me. I will not ask again. You asked me a question, said Harry. I'll answer it. I was a soldier. I was a soldier in a war you have never heard of and would not have understood. I had a body that was given to me by men who had put chemicals into it, and a shield that had been given to me by a scientist who knew my worth before I did, and a name that was given to me by a country that has, I am afraid to say, always been a little better in its dreams than in its practice. I died on a plane in 1945. I was given, by something I cannot explain, a second life. I am 11 years old in this body. I was 27 in the other. You have offered me the world, and the stone, and my parents back. I will tell you why that will not work. Voldemort's slit mouth had, slowly, parted. It was, perhaps, possible to surprise a Dark Lord. Go on. I have had 2 lifetimes to think about death, said Harry. I was built, the first time, by a man who asked me, on the first morning of the army, what I wanted to do when I grew up. I told him I wanted to kill Nazis. And he said, you do not want to kill. You want to stop bad men from doing bad things. That is not the same thing. I have not killed since that day if I could help it. I have stopped. I have put between. I have taken the hit myself. I have not sought to live longer than my body was designed to live. I have not sought to live forever. I will not start now, at 11, at the price of a sorcerer's stone. You are a fool, boy. I am my mother's son, said Harry, very quietly, and I am my father's, and I am Peggy Carter's soldier, and I am Erskine's experiment, and I am Abraham Erskine's one regret, and I am Stephen Grant Rogers of Brooklyn, and I am Harry James Potter of Godric's Hollow, and I am, in both my lives, not for sale, Tom Riddle. Not for the stone. Not for my parents. Not for anything. There was a heavier silence than before. Tom, Voldemort hissed, and the slit mouth was moving faster now. Nobody has called me Tom since Albus Dumbledore did, at a small orphanage in London, in 1938. I am aware. I know who you are, Tom. I know what you were before you were frightened into this. You were a boy who had been hurt, who was told he was extraordinary, who decided the ordinary world was beneath him. You are the smaller version of a man I put into the Potomac in 1943. You are Schmidt with a different hat. I am not here to debate you. I am here to stop you. Those are, you'll find, different things. You dare, I do, Tom. I do. Now. Either give up, or have at me. I was raised in a cupboard and in an alley. I have made peace with both. There was a silence. Kill him. Quirrell moved. He moved faster than Harry had expected. A man possessed moved differently from a man alone. Harry had not adjusted for it well enough. Quirrell's hand came around his throat before Harry could step out of the line. Harry did the thing he had, in the cellar of his chest, prepared for. He did not fight Quirrell's hand with his hands. He reached inside, into the older, quiet part of him, and he opened the door. The heat came down his arm in one long, patient wave. It did not stop at the wrist this time. It did not stop at the hand. It went into the skin. Quirrell screamed. The hand on Harry's throat blackened, not charred, not burned, blistered, split. Quirrell flung himself backward with a hoarse shout. Voldemort screamed from the back of his head. Harry caught his own breath, stepped to the side, put his back to the mirror. Quirrell came at him again. Harry took him down. It was not a spell. It was not magic, not the kind that had a name in any book. It was what his smaller Brooklyn body, with his larger Brooklyn heart, had known how to do in an alley behind a movie theater before anyone had ever heard the word serum. Duck the grab. Pivot. Take the larger man's arm. Bend it against the joint. Ride the fall. When Quirrell came up swinging, meet him with a hand on the center of his sternum and a hand on the side of his face, and hold, and hold, and hold, and do not flinch at the scream, because the scream is the thing leaving. Quirrell dropped. A thing like black smoke, the same thin column Harry had seen go out of the centaur's clearing, poured out of his body, across the flagstones, past Harry's legs, and out of the chamber. It carried, as it went, a voice, I will be back. Potter. I will be back. Harry, with a level hand, said, I expect you will. Good night, Tom. He stood for a long second with his right palm smoking, looking at Quirrell on the flagstones, and at the mirror behind him, and at the dark doorway the shade had gone out through. Then, quite calmly, he put his hand flat on the stone of the floor until it cooled, and he took 3 long breaths, and the edges of the room began, as he had known they would, to go gray. He was unconscious before he hit the floor. The last thing he registered was a distant running, 2 pairs of feet, a heavier, a lighter, and Hermione's voice very far away and a deeper voice underneath it that was entirely familiar and entirely unexpected. Fawkes, said Dumbledore, from a great distance. Fawkes, fetch him up, please. Thank you, my old friend. Darkness. He woke in the hospital wing. The first thing he saw was, characteristically, the ceiling. The second was a small, red-haired figure beside his bed. Ron Weasley, with a bandage on his head and a plate of chocolate frogs balanced on his knee, was reading a book. Oi, said Ron, without looking up. He's awake. Hermione, on a chair on the other side of the bed, came up out of the standard book of spells, grade 2 like a released spring. Harry, hello, Granger. Ron. You are alive. A bit bruised. Pomfrey's furious. What did you do to the stone? Is it here? It is not. Dumbledore took it. He says he's going to destroy it. Good. He came back. Early. Someone sent him an owl when he was still on the train down to the ministry, and he turned the train around and was back in the school 10 minutes after you lost consciousness. The twins. It was the twins, mate. They had an owl trained up. Fred put you owing them 6 galleons, which I have told him is extortion. Oh, and Harry, yes. Madame Pomfrey's going to be cross that you're awake. A voice from the far end of the ward, Madame Pomfrey is very, very cross, Mr. Potter. She will be crosser yet if anyone is allowed to stay in here talking to you. Madame Pomfrey came up the aisle with the brisk formidable tread of a matron who had been in this job for 40 years. She looked Harry over. She asked him how many fingers she was holding up. He said 3. She said, "And who is the Minister for Magic?" "Cornelius Fudge, ma'am." "Does your head hurt?" "No, ma'am." "Liar." 5 more minutes, she said, to Ron and Hermione, and went away up the ward with the stately disapproval of a ship leaving port. Harry looked at his friends. "Well done," he said. "Both of you. You were magnificent." Hermione flushed. Ron, for once, did not. "Mate," said Ron, "I'm the one still in the bed." "You are the one, every one of us held. That is what platoons do." Hermione. "Yes. You stood over him while I was unconscious, didn't you?" "She tried to break into the last chamber when Fawkes arrived," said Ron, helpfully. "Dumbledore had to actually tell her to sit down. Twice. I have never seen Dumbledore tell Hermione Granger anything twice." "Harry," she began. "I'm grateful, Granger." She did not answer. She did, instead, burst into tears. He let her. He held her hand. Ron, with the quiet decency of a boy who had spent a long week in this ward, passed her a handkerchief across the bed. "Get out, both of you," said Madame Pomfrey from her desk. "That is not 5 minutes." "I love you," said Hermione to Harry, in a fierce, damp whisper. "Right back at you, Granger." They went. Dumbledore came that evening. He sat down beside Harry's bed in the same plain blue dressing gown he had worn in the empty classroom on Christmas Eve. He folded his long hands together. He did not, for a moment, speak. "Sir. Mr. Potter. How is Quirrell?" "He is dead, Harry." "Was it? It was not you." "He was being kept alive by what was inside him. When it left, the body," Dumbledore paused, with a small careful pity, "the body did not remain." "I see. He made his choices, Harry. Voldemort does not treat his hosts kindly. Do not carry him as something you did." "Yes, sir." Dumbledore reached inside his robe. He drew out a small red stone. He held it up to the candlelight. It was no bigger than the ball of his thumb. "The Philosopher's Stone," he said. "For my old friend Nicholas and his wife Perenelle. You pulled it out of the mirror tonight, Harry, and you have returned it to me without my having asked. I am going to destroy it." "Yes, sir." "You said." "I have been in communication with Nicholas. It has been decided between us that it is time. He has lived 665 years. It has, he says, been enough. He and Perenelle have enough elixir remaining to set their affairs in order. They will die, Harry. But they will die in their own time. That is a gift, sir." "It is." Dumbledore turned the stone in his fingers. The candlelight moved across the surface. He did not look at Harry when he spoke next. "Harry. I owe you an answer." "Sir. On Christmas Eve I told you I had laid a series of tests. I told you I had asked of a boy what only a man could give. I told you I would try to make it right. I have tried. I did not do it perfectly. I sent you down that corridor in the end. I did what I swore I would not do. Sir. I asked to go. Yes. And I asked as a man. Yes, Harry. Then, sir," he smiled, "very small, very tired, the one at fault is the one who asked, and I am not going to carry guilt for you because you are clever enough to carry it for yourself. Dumbledore, for the second time in Harry's knowing him, laughed. The laugh had the same sound as the one in the empty classroom on Christmas Eve. Very well, Harry. I accept your rebuke. It was not a rebuke, sir. It was, Harry. And a deserved one. There is something else. Sir. Voldemort is not dead. He is not finished. He is weaker than he was this morning. He is very much not finished. He is somewhere, in the forests of the East, probably, coming back into a body, slowly, alone. He will come for you again. He will come for this school again. We will, sometime in the next 6 or 7 years, have to fight a war. I know, sir. And Harry, it is not a war I am going to ask you to fight alone. There is an order. There are old hands. There is, in a cottage on the edge of Eastbourne, a man named Alastair Moody who has had half his face taken by a hex and who is retired and who, I think, will come back to service very quickly when he hears there is a boy in this school who would like to learn how to fight properly. I will not ask you, Harry, to do what I have just asked you to do. Not ever again. Next time, Harry, you will not be the point man. Next time, Harry, I will be. Harry looked at him. Sir. If it matters, thank you. It does matter. Sleep, Mr. Potter. The train home leaves in 4 days. I would like, before you go, for you to be strong enough to eat on it. Harry lay back. He let his eyes close. He felt, inside his chest, the heat that had stayed with him since he had put his hand on Quirrell's sternum, and he let it, at last, go quiet. Dumbledore, at the door of the hospital wing, paused. Harry. Sir. The man in you, the other man, may I ask his name, at last? Harry smiled without opening his eyes. Stephen, sir. Stephen Grant Rogers. Captain Rogers. Once, sir. Captain Rogers. The old man stood for a moment in the doorway looking at the boy in the bed. Welcome back to service, Captain. And he closed the door. The following afternoon McGonagall came. She had in her hand a small square of parchment that had been folded, once, and she did not, on the way up the ward, tell Pomfrey what she had come for. Mr. Potter. Professor. I will not sit down. Pomfrey will throw me out. I know. She stood, with her hands folded in front of her, with the stern, composed dignity of a woman who had been deputy headmistress for 20 years. Her eyes, however, were not the eyes she had used on him in a classroom. They were the eyes of the corridor outside the girls' bathroom on Halloween. Mr. Potter. I asked you in November who you were. You told me you would tell me, but not in a corridor. We are not in a corridor. No, ma'am. Well, then. Harry looked at her for a long moment. The light from the high window was falling across her cheekbone, and her hair, which had a streak of grey in it he had not noticed, was going whiter this term. My name is Stephen Grant Rogers. I was born in Brooklyn in 1918. I died in the Arctic in 1945. I was then, in some fashion that I do not pretend to understand, given a second life in the body of a wizarding boy, in a cottage in Godric's Hollow, in 1980. I do not have the strength of my old body. I have, in every other respect, memory, training, the discipline to sit still, the instinct to move when others freeze, the same man. I am telling you because you asked, and because I would like the number of people in this building who know to be 3. The headmaster. Professor Snape, because he has guessed and I have not corrected him. And you, Professor, because I would like it to be you. McGonagall looked at him. Thank you, Mr. Potter. You're welcome. Stephen. Yes, ma'am. I was at the Battle of Britain. I was a girl. I was in London when the East End burned. I remember, in 1942, a newsreel of a man in blue with a shield, and Winston in his chair at the ministry with his cigar going and the lights low, watching it, and saying, very quietly to my father, who was, in the next chair, watching it with him, "I should like to meet that young man." And my father, who was a civil servant, and an Englishman, and not easily impressed, saying you'd have liked him, Winston. He is a plain man. You're kind of plain. I think they would have got on, ma'am. So do I, Stephen. She took the square of parchment out of her pocket, unfolded it, and slid it under his hand on the blanket. "This is a note from Professor Dumbledore. You are to have access to my personal library over the summer, by owl. Any book you would like. Any book at all. You are also to write, as often as you like, to a man called Alastair Moody at an address I will give you. Welcome to the Order of the Phoenix, Captain. We are, happily small. We are about to grow. Thank you, Professor. Do not thank me, Captain. I am thanking you." She paused at the door of the ward. "Stephen, if you are a fraction of the man the headmaster is now telling me you are, we are, astonishingly, in better shape than I had believed this morning. I will try, ma'am, not to disappoint you." "You will not, Captain." She went. Harry, alone in the ward for a moment before Ron and Hermione came back up for the evening, turned the parchment over in his hand. Dumbledore's neat, plain lines. A summer of reading. A man called Alastair Moody to correspond with, whose old scar, Harry had seen it, briefly, in a photograph in the restricted section, in a file on the First War against Voldemort, he had already been thinking about for a week. It was, he thought, all right. It was going to be all right. He closed his eyes. He breathed in, slowly, once. He let himself sleep. 3 days later, at the end-of-year feast, the great hall was done in the silver and green of Slytherin for the closing ceremony. Slytherin had, by any arithmetic of points as of that morning, won the house cup by some comfortable margin over Gryffindor. Ron sat at the Gryffindor table with a scowl that would have been comic on a younger child and was, on this Ron, nearly professional. Hermione sat beside him eating nothing. The Gryffindors around them had given up. The Slytherins, at the far end of the hall, were, quite openly, smug. Harry, who had come down from the hospital wing that morning with a stiff shoulder and a pale face and a shirt Hermione had mended for him in the ward while he had slept, ate his soup slowly and did not care much about the house cup. He had one, in the corridor under the 3rd floor, rather more than a house cup. He had one, on the slope of a mountain in 1945, the right not to care much about a house cup. Dumbledore stood, at the end of the first course, and the hall quieted. "Another year gone," said the headmaster. He went through the preliminaries, the points tally, the congratulations, the disclaimer that he had, over the course of the evening, a number of points he wished to award. He paused. The Slytherins, in the balance, stopped smirking and began, as a table, to listen. "I have a few last-minute points to award," said Dumbledore. "Let me see. Yes. First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in a great many years, 50 points. Gryffindor erupted. Ron went the color of a beetroot and then the color of a tomato and did not seem to know what to do with his hands. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, 50 points. Hermione hid her face in her hands. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter, the hall went completely still, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, 60 points. And fourth, Dumbledore's eyes traveled, deliberately, over the hall, for the uncommonly difficult act of standing up to one's friends when one believes them to be wrong, a rarer courage even than standing up to one's enemies, to Mr. Neville Longbottom, 10 points. Neville, 4 seats down from Harry, made a sound like a small, surprised hiccup, and Dean and Seamus, on either side of him, hoisted him onto their shoulders with a whoop, and Gryffindor, as a house, discovered that it had won the house cup by exactly 7 points. The silver and green along the walls rippled, and became gold and scarlet. The banners turned over the Gryffindor table. The Slytherin table, with the rigid good manners of losing children who had been coached all their lives in losing with rigid good manners, did not cheer and did not jeer. Draco Malfoy, at the center of it, stared at his plate. Harry, looking down the table at Dumbledore, inclined his head a precise quarter of an inch. Dumbledore, behind the high table, inclined his. And that was how the school year ended. The Hogwarts Express pulled out of Hogsmeade Station on a bright afternoon in the last week of June with a long trailing plume of white smoke and a carriage full of Gryffindors throwing their last chocolate frogs at a compartment full of Slytherins. Harry sat by the window with Ron on one side and Hermione on the other. Draco Malfoy had, to the surprise of nobody who had been in the forest, stopped sneering in Harry's general direction sometime in April. They had not, precisely, spoken. They had not needed to. Hermione had a list of books on her knee, a reading list for the summer, produced by her in the first hour of the journey, with each title annotated, and Ron was asleep against Harry's shoulder, because Ron, since Quidditch had ended, had not slept through a single night without waking up thinking about a chessboard. Harry, looking out of the window as the hills slid past, let the summer come to him. Privet Drive was waiting. Vernon was waiting. Petunia was waiting. Dudley. The cupboard, which was, he had decided, going to be a negotiation he won this summer without breaking anything of theirs. He had a list, too. Train, every morning, before Petunia was up. Read, 2 hours a day. Write back to Hermione every Thursday, to Ron every Sunday. Keep, in the back of the notebook, the long list that had been laid out for him in the hospital wing, the names of the men and women he would, over the next 7 years, have to find and stand with if the country was going to do the thing it was going to need to do. And, somewhere under the list, the quieter line he had been writing to himself, now, in both his lives, since the morning of the Valkyrie. You do not do it because you are told to. You do not do it because it is easy. You do it because someone has to, and because the person who has to is the person who can. The train went on. The hills darkened into the Midlands. Somewhere north of Warrington, Ron's snoring began to be disruptive, and Hermione poked him in the shoulder, and he said, plaintively, "What?" and Harry, beside them, very quietly began to laugh. He was still 11. He was, at the same time, in the very exact places that mattered, 27, and 48, and 80. He was going to be, for the rest of this life, every age he had ever been, at the same time. He was, he realized with a small, unsurprised pleasure, for the first time in 2 lives, looking forward to it. The train rolled on toward London. The carriage went on. Harry Potter, who had once been Captain Stephen Grant Rogers, tipped his head back against the seat and did not sleep, because he did not want to miss anything, and he watched England slide past the window all the long way into the evening, and he smiled.